Hello, everyone. Welcome to Audio Night Crime, a channel dedicated to storytelling that helps you drift into deep sleep, melt away fatigue, and naturally ease into slumber. Relax and enjoy a peaceful night's rest. Also, like and subscribe if you are enjoying the case. Now let's relax and get started. Story 1. On February 26, 2019, a man named Min Jun walked into the Dongan police station in Anyang City. A look of deep concern etched across his face. He reported that he had lost contact with his parents, his 62-year-old father and 58-year-old mother, and he desperately needed the police's help to find them. The absence of any communication from his parents was unlike them, and his growing worry prompted him to take action. For those who are familiar with how South Korean police typically respond to such reports, you might already be aware of their usual indifference. In many cases, even when children go missing, the authorities often seem detached, and the situation is treated as a routine case. Missing elderly people tend to be regarded similarly. These cases, the police often argue, can usually be explained by simple misunderstandings or, at worst, by medical emergencies that occur while someone is out and about. But this case would turn out to be anything but ordinary. Chong, however, was insistent. He stressed that both his parents were in perfect health, with no underlying conditions that could lead to sudden illnesses or fatalities. His concerns deepened because, even if they had been ill, it seemed nearly impossible for them both to have become so suddenly incapacitated at the same time. Despite his compelling argument, the police remained unimpressed and suggested that it was likely his parents had simply gone away on a trip or were involved in some business that they hadn't informed their family about. They advised him to wait patiently at home for any news to emerge. But time went on, and the situation grew even more unnerving. 2 weeks later, Chong, still unable to reach his parents, returned to the police station, hoping for some kind of action. This time, his persistence seemed to stir something in the authorities. And to his surprise, they acted swiftly. Just 2 days later, on March 18th, a discovery was made at the Hyundai apartment complex in Gwangyang, Donggan District. Inside a wall cabinet, the police found the heavily decomposed body of Yoon, Chang's mother. But the grim discoveries did not end there. Later that same afternoon, another report came from the rural area of Pangti. A local warehouse manager had been complaining about a stench that had been pervading the area for days. Upon investigation, they stumbled upon the body of an elderly man hidden in a refrigerator. DNA testing confirmed that it was Gunwoo, Chang's father. The shock and grief that overwhelmed Chong were unimaginable. And yet, the real horror was only beginning to unfold. The forensic report revealed that both victims had not simply died, they had been brutally murdered. Their bodies were covered in so many wounds that the forensic experts couldn't even pinpoint a single cause of death. This wasn't just a murder. It was an agonizing act of torture that stretched over time, continuing until both victims had taken their final breaths. The murders were determined to have occurred on February 25th, just 1 day before Chang's initial visit to the police station. A bitter, painful truth emerged. If the authorities had acted sooner and taken Chang's report seriously, they might have uncovered critical evidence. Even if they couldn't have saved his parents, the police's negligence in their initial response seemed almost unforgivable. Yet, the investigators appeared unfazed by their earlier misstep. To the police, this case seemed to fit a familiar mold, a revenge killing. They believed that if they could follow the victim's social connections, they would soon identify the person responsible. The investigation split into 2 main groups. One focused on combing the area around the crime scenes for potential witnesses, while the other delved into the victims' relationships, searching for any possible suspects. The investigation did yield a small lead. Several villagers near the warehouse where Dayaku's body had been found claimed to have seen a suspicious individual on the evening of February 25th, the night of the murders. The man was reportedly burning a bag behind the warehouse. It was a strange sight, but not something that immediately raised alarm bells, as burning trash in a remote area wasn't considered a major offense. However, what struck the villagers as odd was that the man fled in panic when they approached, disappearing into the night. The villagers described the man as not very tall and somewhat overweight. and they noted that, judging by his speed, he didn't seem very athletic, likely not a local farmer. This peculiar sighting was soon passed to the team investigating the victim's social connections, hoping it might provide a clue. But as the investigators followed up with family members, friends, and neighbors, they were met with confusion. No one could identify a person who matched the description. Instead, everyone insisted that the Lees had lived quietly, treating everyone with kindness, and no one could imagine them being the target of such a violent revenge killing. But there was one person who didn't share that view, Chung himself. Upon hearing about the burned bag, he suggested that the police investigate the possibility of a robbery gone wrong. His suggestion turned out to be pivotal in the case. Just hours before the murders, Chong had sold his prized Bugatti Veyron and entrusted his parents with a bag containing 500 million won, roughly $400,000, in cash for safekeeping. The idea that a stranger had been found burning a suspicious bag so soon after the crime was too coincidental to ignore. Could this just be a random event, or was it tied to his parents' brutal deaths? The police immediately sprang into action, searching the couple's apartment for any signs of the money or the bag. Their findings confirmed Chang's suspicions. There was no trace of the 500 million won, nor was there any sign of the bag that had once contained it. Further investigation into the victim's bank accounts revealed no suspicious transactions, further pointing to the possibility that the killer had stolen the money. This appeared to be a carefully planned robbery. Even more alarming was the fact that Chang's sale of the car and his parents' possession of such a large sum of cash had been known to only a few close people, suggesting that the killer might have been someone familiar with the family. But there was one more mystery that left the investigators puzzled. Why had the murderer chosen to preserve Mr. Dyaku's body in a refrigerator in the remote warehouse, while Mrs. Yoon's body was left to decompose in a wall cabinet in the apartment? Could this be more than just a robbery gone wrong? What was the significance of such a gruesome and unsettling difference in the way the bodies were treated? The investigation had only just begun, but every new piece of evidence revealed more questions than answers. The twisted nature of the crime, along with the sudden discovery of long-hidden secrets, suggested that this case was far more complex and chilling than anyone could have imagined. This situation presents several potential explanations. It's possible that the killer acted alone and couldn't transport both bodies, or perhaps the vehicle they were using was simply too small. Another possibility is that they initially intended to move both bodies but encountered an unforeseen complication that changed their plans. However, Korean investigators proposed a far more daring theory, one that pushed the boundaries of logic and suspicion. They suggested that the decision to leave Yoon's body behind, to let it decompose naturally, was not some random oversight. It could, in fact, have been a calculated act of revenge. When compared to Dyaku, it seemed that the killer harbored a much deeper, more intense hatred toward Yoon. The details of the crime and the way Yoon's body was treated seemed to point to something far more personal than a simple murder. All the evidence, when pieced together, pointed to one undeniable conclusion. The killer was someone with intimate knowledge of Yoon, someone who had a personal vendetta against her. However, just when it seemed like the investigators were closing in on the killer, a key contradiction emerged that would shake the foundation of their assumptions. One investigator, who had been meticulously reviewing the case, suddenly posed an important question to his colleagues. He asked, "When you first heard that Chong sold his supercar, didn't something about it strike you as odd? Here's a man who is clearly wealthy, yet why would he sell such a high-value item at this moment?" Chong, when questioned about his decision, nonchalantly explained, "I own many luxury cars. Selling a Bugatti Veyron was simply getting rid of some excess. It wasn't anything special." But this casual response only deepened the mystery. If Chung truly had that much wealth, then why were his parents living in such an ordinary, modest apartment? There was something about this discrepancy that didn't sit right with the investigators. In previous cases, whenever the rich chose to live inconspicuously, it was often because they were hiding something. Could the Lee family be concealing some dark, unspeakable secret? The investigator decided to dig deeper into the Lee family's history. What he uncovered was shocking. It wasn't just that Chong was their only child. In fact, Chang had an older brother named Min, someone whose very name seemed to send a ripple through the case, as it began to connect the dots that had previously seemed scattered and disconnected. The more the investigators learned about Min, the more the pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place. They realized that the fact that Min's parents had become victims of a massacre no longer seemed all that surprising. Why? The answer lay in Min's story. In October of 2008, South Korea found itself plunged into a severe economic crisis that left many of its citizens struggling to make ends meet. During this turbulent period, many individuals turned to the stock market and investment funds in a desperate bid to recover financially, hoping to turn their fortunes around. Min was one of these individuals, and he quickly made a name for himself as a rising star in the financial world. His rise to fame was meteoric, with many dubbing him the Warren Buffett of Korea and Cheongdam's #1 stock trader, while others hailed him as Korea's most experienced investment master. By 2014, Min's name had transcended the confines of the financial sector. He was a regular fixture on television, appearing on everything from economic channels to mainstream news outlets. He had crafted the image of the perfect businessman, young, talented, and enormously wealthy. Min claimed to have graduated from the prestigious English literature department of a top private university in Seoul, asserting that he had earned a small fortune tutoring students during his college years. Despite this background, however, he chose not to pursue a career in education, opting instead to follow his instincts into the world of investing. It was a decision that paid off, as his rapid ascent in the financial world allowed him to climb from humble beginnings to unimaginable wealth in less than 10 years. Min's success was nothing short of extraordinary. He bought a lavish mansion in Seoul's affluent Gangnam district with cash, and his garage was filled with an impressive collection of luxury vehicles, including a Bugatti, Lamborghini, Rolls-Royce, and Bentley. However, it wasn't just his wealth that caught the public's attention. What truly set him apart was his self-proclaimed dedication to helping the common people. He made regular appearances on television, sharing his investment wisdom and offering advice to anyone willing to listen. In fact, his reputation as a financial guru grew so rapidly that many ordinary citizens flocked to him for investment advice, eager to turn their lives around. As demand for his expertise increased, he reluctantly opened an investment consulting firm, providing advice to those who wished to enter the stock market but lacked the knowledge to do so independently. For those who wanted to handle their investments on their own, Min generously shared guaranteed stock picks, promising easy profits. Chang, the younger brother, quickly capitalized on this opportunity. He launched a P2P lending company to help those who wanted to invest but lacked the necessary capital. Together, the brothers accumulated an astonishing fortune of over 20 billion won, about $16 million. But behind this glamorous image of financial success, a dark secret lurked. As it turned out, the entire empire built by Min was based on lies. One by one, the investors who had placed their trust in him found themselves ruined. The shocking truth emerged when victims began to investigate Min's background, only to discover that everything about him had been fabricated. His claims of attending a prestigious university were entirely false. He had never attended college. His lavish social media posts, which portrayed an image of an extravagant lifestyle, were meticulously constructed lies. Even his claim that he was on the verge of becoming the official distributor for Lamborghini and Bugatti in South Korea was a fabrication. Neither company had ever considered entering the South Korean market. The most audacious of his deceptions came in the summer of 2016, when Min posted a photo on Facebook claiming that he had just landed in China and was about to dine with a high-ranking official from Jiangsu province. At the time, few questioned his story, but it was soon revealed that the entire post was a sham. Chinese authorities were forced to deny his claims, stating that no such official existed. Furthermore, the airport photo he posted was simply an image downloaded from the internet. The fall of Min's empire was swift and complete. Thousands of investors lost their life savings, and many were left with staggering debts. Some victims, unable to cope with the financial ruin, tragically took their own lives. It became clear that if Min hadn't been imprisoned for fraud and illegal trading, The anger of his victims might have turned deadly. As a result, it was not surprising that some of those who had been wronged would turn their rage toward his parents. Unable to reach Min himself, this revelation changed everything for the investigators. As they pieced together the dark truth about the Lee family, Min's betrayal of countless innocent people had created an environment ripe for revenge. The investigators now had a new theory. The massacre of the Lee family might not have been a random act of violence, but rather the result of years of deception, greed, and broken promises. If this was indeed the case, then solving the crime would prove to be an incredibly difficult and intricate task. The reason for this was simple. Min had managed to deceive an alarmingly large number of people over time, and his web of lies had ensnared many in a complex maze. As the police struggled to untangle this mess, a breakthrough came unexpectedly from an officer who had initially noticed a crucial contradiction in the case. This officer, whose keen intuition was about to shed light on a significant detail, made a bold suggestion. It turned out that the reporter, Chong, had been hiding his brother's true identity for a long time. He concealed their past, deliberately omitting the details of his brother's criminal actions, and had not shared any relevant information with the police. Now that the veil of secrecy had been lifted, there was no reason for him to keep quiet any longer. With the mystery surrounding his brother's identity no longer hanging over him, Chong might just be able to provide the crucial information that could finally lead to solving the case. The officer's hunch was soon proven correct. When the investigators confronted Chong with directness and honesty, he began to open up and, like a dam breaking under pressure, revealed new information that had previously been kept hidden. He admitted that after his brother Min was imprisoned, the family had returned some of the illicit money. However, they still managed to retain a substantial amount of cash and assets, enough to live discreetly and avoid drawing attention to themselves. Chong went on to explain that, despite these revelations, he hadn't initially suspected that his parents' deaths had any connection to his brother's actions. He simply hadn't thought of it in those terms. His explanation seemed somewhat unconvincing, as though he was trying to justify why he had withheld the truth up until that point. Yet, amidst these rather flimsy explanations, Chong dropped a peculiar piece of information that immediately caught the attention of the investigators. On the very night of the murders, February 25th, he had received a message from his mother on a messaging app. In her message, she mentioned having met a successful businessman, a Harvard graduate by the name of Kim Young-go. She even asked Chong to arrange a time to meet him and discuss potential business cooperation. Intrigued, Chong added Young-go as a contact and intended to initiate a conversation online before possibly arranging a meeting in person if the business opportunity seemed promising. However, something rather unexpected happened during their conversation. Chong, in an accidental move, clicked the video call button, and to his surprise, Young-go accepted the call. At that very moment, Chong caught a fleeting glimpse of Young-go's face. At first, it seemed like a perfectly normal interaction until a strange realization dawned upon Chong. Forensics had concluded that both of the victims had been murdered on the evening of February 25th. How could his mother have sent a message at that precise time if she was already dead? The only possible explanations were either that forensics had made a mistake in determining the time of death, or that the person who had been messaging Chong wasn't really his mother at all, but rather the killer himself. If it was the latter, then the person claiming to be Kim Young-go might, in fact, have been the murderer. Could it be that the murderer's intention was to lure Chong into a meeting, perhaps to kill him as well and exact revenge on the entire family? This revelation set the investigation in a new direction. The police quickly sprang into action, creating a composite sketch of the individual based on Chang's description and sharing it with the local villagers who had been near the crime scene. Remarkably, many of them recognized the figure in the sketch, claiming it bore a striking resemblance to the mysterious man seen burning a bag near the warehouse on the night of the murders. With the suspect's appearance now known, investigators turned their attention to the surveillance cameras around the crime scene, hoping to find more evidence. Upon reviewing the footage, they discovered a crucial detail. The suspect was not acting alone but was accompanied by 3 other individuals. However, due to the low quality of the footage, the police could only positively identify and arrest the mastermind, a man named Kim Seo. This was the same person who had impersonated Kim Young-go in order to manipulate the victim's family via the messaging app. To the police's surprise, Seo was far more forthcoming than they had anticipated. Rather than being the hardened criminal they expected, he immediately confessed to his involvement in the crime and even detailed his motivations. His story, however, was far more shocking than anyone could have imagined. As it turned out, Seo was one of Min's many victims. But unlike most of Min's victims, Seo was not an ordinary person. He had come from a privileged background, having completed both his bachelor's and master's degrees in the United States. Afterward, he went on to successfully establish a yacht rental business, which flourished for several years. His life seemed to be on a successful trajectory until disaster struck in August 2017. His business collapsed, and his marriage fell apart. Forced to return to South Korea, Seo hoped to rebuild his career using the remaining funds he had. It was during this time that he crossed paths with Min Seo, looking for new investors to salvage his financial situation. Found Min to be an ideal candidate. Min, with his vast wealth and influence, seemed to be the perfect person to invest in Seo's new business ventures. In fact, Seo not only participated in Min's financial schemes, but even gave Min's father a generous sum of 20 million won, roughly $16,000, as a show of good faith. However, when Min's empire eventually collapsed, Seo, who had returned from America hoping to rebuild his life, was scammed out of all his remaining wealth. Now, with his financial stability shattered, Seo found himself without recourse. Min was already imprisoned, and Seo couldn't directly take revenge on him. Instead, he turned his anger toward Min's family. But Seo's physical condition wasn't ideal, so he decided to hire 3 young Korean Chinese men to assist with the murder. Seo claimed that these 3 individuals were responsible for killing the elderly couple, while he himself was responsible for planning the crime and handling the cleanup afterward. According to Seo, shortly after the murders were committed, the 3 accomplices fled to Jin province in China, which made it difficult for the South Korean authorities to apprehend them. Although the suspect's flight temporarily stalled the investigation, it did not stop the police from recognizing Seo as the primary perpetrator. As the case moved forward, one would expect the traditional legal process to unfold, but the response from the public was both puzzling and unexpected. When the details of the murders were made public, a strange wave of support for Seo emerged from the South Korean public. Rather than condemning his brutal actions, people began to rally behind him, calling for his punishment to be reduced. This bewildering turn of events sparked widespread debate, with many questioning how the public could be so sympathetic to a man who had orchestrated such a heinous crime. The answer, it turned out, was even more shocking than anyone could have imagined. The truth behind this strange public reaction was tied to the family's own involvement in the fraudulent schemes. Min's financial empire was not just his own creation, it was a family business, and each member had played a role in the elaborate deception. The parents, far from being innocent victims, had actively participated in the fraudulent operations. Yoon, the mother, had frequently appeared on her son's paid channel, using her image as a respectable mother to manipulate and convince people to invest in the family's stock scams. When the fraud was finally exposed, Yoon was convicted for her part in the crime. However, she only received a suspended sentence and a fine of 50 million won, approximately $4.000. It became clear that the elderly couple, whom many had once viewed as innocent, were in fact complicit in their son's illegal activities. Thus, the public's reaction to Seo's actions was rooted in a deeper, more complex understanding of the family's involvement in the crimes. Their sympathy stemmed not from ignorance, but from a shared awareness of the corruption within the family and a recognition that the victims of this tragedy were not as innocent as they had appeared. Despite facing intense public criticism online, the couple remained unmoved, not offering even the slightest hint of remorse. In fact, they responded coldly, declaring, "No one in all of South Korea studies stocks as seriously as our son," a remark that seemed to suggest that convicting Dong of fraud was somehow unjust. It became increasingly clear that they were willing to stand by Dong, no matter the consequences. And now, it's easier to understand why public opinion began to shift towards Seo, isn't it? Just when it appeared that the case was drawing to a close, an unexpected and startling development unfolded. The three Korean Chinese accomplices, who had fled back to China after the initial investigation, suddenly came forward with shocking allegations about Seo. If Dong was indeed a financial fraudster, the new revelations suggested that Seo was far worse, a manipulative and ruthless individual who lured people into tragic circumstances. The image Seo had previously crafted, positioning himself as merely the mastermind while the other three were the direct perpetrators, crumbled in an instant. The three accomplices revealed chilling new details about the murders. The entire chain of events began a month before the killings, when Seo posted an innocuous-sounding job listing online, advertising positions for security guards. The three young men, enticed by the promise of a well-paying, easy job, quickly applied and were hired. What they didn't know was that their journey to South Korea would soon take a horrifying turn. Upon arriving, instead of being assigned to regular security duties, they were asked by Seo to transport two elderly corpses to a remote warehouse in the countryside. This was no ordinary task. It was a ghastly request that would have sent most people running. Luckily, these young men weren't naive. Upon discovering that they were being asked to transport dead bodies, they immediately refused and fled back to China, horrified by what they had encountered. In a twist of fate, these three men were not accomplices at all, but rather victims of Seo's sinister plan. Seo had lured them to South Korea with false promises, intending to use them as pawns in his twisted scheme. The truth was that the entire massacre had been carried out by Seo alone. The South Korean police, however, were cautious. They could not simply accept these new accusations at face value. They initiated a detailed investigation, requesting China's cooperation in extraditing the three men. They also carefully examined the group's movements during their brief time in South Korea. The results of their investigation were illuminating. Contrary to Seo's claims, none of the three men had received any payment for their supposed role in the crime. One of them had even been forced to borrow $220,000, roughly $160, from local friends just to afford a flight back to China. This financial detail undermined Seo's version of events entirely and raised a troubling new question. If Seo had fabricated the story about the three men, could his entire confession be trusted? Were there other layers to this case yet to be uncovered? The investigation dug deeper, and it soon became apparent that even the revenge motive Seo had initially provided was nothing more than a fabrication. He had not committed the murders in the heat of vengeance, as he had claimed, but rather for much more calculating and personal reasons. Over the course of the previous year, Seo had masqueraded as a private detective, worming his way into the lives of those who had been defrauded by Dong. He specifically targeted victims who had visited Dong's house, demanding compensation for their losses. Through this underhanded tactic, Seo gathered sensitive information about Dong's family, including details about their finances and personal lives. He even resorted to tracking devices and wiretapping their vehicles to gather more intelligence. On the day of the murders, a crucial detail emerged. Eugene, the son, had given his parents 500 million won after selling Dong's Bugatti Veyron. This was a significant sum, but as it turned out, the full value of the car was much higher. The Bugatti had been sold for 1.5 billion won, approximately $1.2 million. Dong had kept 1 billion won, roughly $800,000, for himself. His parents, of course, were aware of this transaction. What's more unsettling is that Seo likely knew about this, thanks to the wiretaps he had installed. His actions after the murders, trying to meet Eugene immediately, suggested that he was not seeking revenge, but rather trying to steal the remaining 1 billion won from the family. Simultaneously, he was in contact with a broker, preparing to flee to the Philippines, should the need arise. Piecing these details together, the police finally arrived at the truth. Seo was the sole perpetrator of the murders, and his motive was not revenge, but robbery. The evidence was irrefutable. The Suwon Supreme Court indicted him on multiple charges, including murder, robbery, corpse disposal, and illegal trespassing. He was sentenced to life imprisonment in the first trial, and despite an appeal in 2021, the Supreme Court upheld the original sentence. By this time, Dong, who had served his prison sentence for fraud, was released. You might have expected that years in prison and the horrific deaths of his parents would have sparked some kind of remorse or transformation in him. However, shockingly, Dong emerged from his dark past relatively unscathed. After laying low for a while, Dong resurfaced and, incredibly, began using Bitcoin to commit fraud again. His activities were soon uncovered, leading to his arrest in September 2023. However, this time, he was quickly granted bail, much to the disbelief of many. Perhaps the most bitter and disheartening aspect of this entire ordeal is that, after his release from prison, Dong seemed to remain unaffected by the terrible consequences of his actions. He had lost nothing in terms of his material wealth and, with it, built a life of luxury. Using his remaining fortune, he married a female idol and enjoyed the trappings of a comfortable, extravagant lifestyle, all while his parents' gruesome deaths and his criminal past hung over him like an oppressive shadow. The conclusion of this story is not just a lesson about cruelty and boundless greed, but also a reminder of the deep consequences that wrongful actions can cause. The story of the Lee family, with their illusions of power and wealth, ultimately left an irreparable wound in society. However, the harshness of life sometimes forces people like Dong and Seo to face the truth about themselves, even though they may never truly regret their actions. What stands out is that while wrongdoers may temporarily escape punishment, the truth will always find its way. It is in those darkest moments, when all hope seems lost, that we realize no one can escape responsibility forever. Greed, deceit, and crime will eventually be paid for. This story is not only a warning bell for the greedy, but also a reminder for all of us about the importance of living a sincere life and being responsible to ourselves and others around us. Story 2. On the morning of July 12, 1994, Xiao Dafu, a diligent construction worker from Jianu Village in Yongxing Town, Zhou City, Sichuan Province, China, set off to work as he did every day. The summer sun was already beating down as he walked the familiar dirt road toward the construction site, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of providing for his family. He had no way of knowing that this ordinary morning would mark the last time his life felt whole. That evening, Dafu returned home, expecting to be greeted by his wife, Xia Shuachen, and their two young sons, Xiao Yongyong and Xiao Yongquan. But as he stepped inside, the small house felt eerily empty. His wife's shoes were missing, and the children's laughter no longer echoed through the rooms. Assuming Shuachen had taken the boys to visit her parents, Dafu dismissed his unease and settled in for the night. However, the following morning, a conversation with his neighbor, Mrs. Ma, planted the first seeds of doubt in his mind. Mrs. Ma recalled that Shuachen had come by early the previous day, borrowing a pair of white plastic sandals. She had mentioned plans to visit the town market, and her two sons had insisted on accompanying her. At first, Dafu felt reassured. Surely his wife had gone to her parents' house after shopping. Without wasting time, he ate a quick breakfast and set off on his bicycle, pedaling toward his in-laws' home. But by noon, after visiting their house and questioning relatives and friends, he found no trace of them. Anxiety tightened around his chest like a vice. Where could they have gone? His growing concern led him to the town market, where he asked the vendors if they had seen Shuachen and the boys. To his dismay, no one recalled seeing them at all. The market was always bustling with activity, and for them to go unnoticed seemed unlikely. Just as Dafu was beginning to feel desperate, a villager named Gao Yuanku provided a clue. Gao, who had also been at the market that day, distinctly remembered seeing Dafu's two sons. They had been sitting on a wooden bench by the roadside. Recognizing them, Gao had approached and asked if they wanted to walk back to Jianu Village together. But Yongyong, the older of the two, had declined, explaining that they were waiting for their mother. This revelation sent a chill down Dafu's spine. If his sons had been at the market, why had no one seen Shuachen? Determined to find answers, Dafu gathered a few relatives and retraced the children's last known whereabouts. They searched the area, looking for any sign of struggle, any discarded belongings, anything at all. It was then that whispers of a darker possibility surfaced. Some villagers murmured about certain families known to be involved in child trafficking. Their homes stood at the outskirts of town, quiet and unwelcoming, though rumors alone were not proof. Desperation pushed Dafu to report his suspicions to the police. Local authorities launched an investigation, focusing particularly on a man named Pu Jijian, commonly referred to as Pu San. His name had surfaced in hushed conversations before, linked to unsettling disappearances. But after a thorough search of his property, police found no evidence, no trace of Shuachin or the children. The lack of progress was agonizing, with no concrete evidence of foul play. The case was classified as a voluntary disappearance, an all-too-common occurrence in rural China at the time. Resources were limited, and with no immediate proof of a crime, the authorities could do little more. Dafu, however, refused to give up. He stopped going to work, dedicating every waking moment to the search for his family. Each day, he cycled through nearby towns, asking anyone who would listen if they had seen his wife and sons. As weeks passed with no answers, frustration and despair consumed him. He even began to suspect his in-laws of hiding them, but their grief was as raw as his own. Shuachin's sister shared her own anguish, recounting sleepless nights spent imagining where her sister and nephews might be. Their family had searched tirelessly, holding on to hope, but every lead crumbled into nothing. After more than 2 months, Dafu's determination began to wane. He turned to alcohol, numbing himself against the pain of their absence. His heartbreak rippled through his family. His mother, unable to bear the sorrow of losing her grandchildren, fell gravely ill and passed away within 6 months. His father, equally tormented, spent his days revisiting places where his grandsons once played, hoping to see their familiar faces again. One day, in his frailty and grief, he lost his footing on a small bridge, suffering severe injuries that ultimately claimed his life. A once happy family had been shattered. Time marched forward, and Dafu had no choice but to accept the painful reality. His wife and children were gone. In his family's genealogy book, he recorded 2 heartbreaking entries. For his eldest son, Yongyong, 1994, taken by mother and disappeared. For his younger son, Yongquan, 1994, taken by mother and disappeared. Years passed, and the ache never faded. Then, one morning, 18 years later, a phone call changed everything. The local police station informed him that they might have found his eldest son. Disbelief and hope clashed within him. Was it truly possible? He had long resigned himself to never seeing his family again. On September 8, 2012, while working in Guangzhou, Guangdong Province, his phone rang relentlessly with calls from relatives. The moment he heard the news, he abandoned his usual frugality and bought a plane ticket home. At the Yingtown police station in Qizhou County, he stood face to face with a young man. The resemblance was striking. His face bore Dafu's own features, while his chin mirrored his mother's. DNA tests confirmed what his heart already knew. This was Yongyong, his son, missing for 18 years. But with this reunion came more questions. How had Yongyong survived all these years? What had happened to his mother and younger brother? Yongyong's memories of that fateful day were fragmented but horrifying. He recalled sitting outside a shop with his brother, waiting for their mother. When she entered the shop, a man beckoning her inside. They remained outside, playing, but the sound of loud music drew them in, where they witnessed a nightmare. 2 men restrained their mother. One held her down while another injected something into her head. She thrashed and fought, but then a blade flashed, stabbing into her back over and over again. Yongyong screamed, but before he could react, the brothers were seized and locked away in a dark basement. Days blurred together. They attempted to escape but were caught. The last thing Yongyong remembered was being placed on a train. The journey was long, so long that he knew they had been taken far, far away. And what of his brother? What had become of little Yongquan? Dafu stared at his long-lost son, both elated and tormented by the unknown. The reunion had brought some answers. but also opened the door to even more painful mysteries. They eventually arrived in a remote village on the outskirts of Putian City, Fujian Province. The journey had been long and uncertain, filled with fear and confusion. After only a few days, Yongquan, his older brother, was suddenly taken away by a strange man. He left without a word and never returned. Yongyong, the younger of the two, could do nothing but watch helplessly as his world crumbled around him. Not long after, another man came and took Yongyong to a new home. This man was Su Jinqi, the person who would become his adoptive father. To hide the child's true identity, Jinqi gave him a new name, Suong. From that day on, Yongyong ceased to exist, at least in the eyes of the world. But in his heart, a silent longing for his lost family never faded. As Suong grew older, the discrepancies in his adoptive father's stories became more evident. Jinqi did not resemble him in any way, and there were no traces of familial connection. Over time, the uneasy suspicion hardened into undeniable truth. Su Jinqi was not his real father. The revelation ignited a desperate yearning within Suong, a longing to find his birth parents and uncover the truth of his past. This desire became the cornerstone of his existence. Suong kept a diary, pouring his emotions into its pages, recording fleeting memories and unanswered questions. The most precious page of all was one where he carefully pasted photographs of himself from childhood to adulthood. It was his way of preserving proof of his identity, of holding on to the hope that one day he would find his way back home. Between 2000 and 2005, he made a special effort to preserve these photos, believing that they might serve as a bridge to reconnect him with his lost family. The years passed with no answers, yet he never gave up hope. Then, during the Chinese New Year in 2012, fate intervened. Suong traveled with a friend to Longchong County, Jiang City, Sichuan Province. While dining at his friend's home, two simple dishes on the table stirred something deep within him. The aroma of Chinese sausage and watercress awakened a flood of memories, familiar, comforting, yet agonizingly distant. It was as if his childhood had suddenly resurfaced on his plate. In that instant, he knew his origins, his family, his true home. They were in Sichuan, determined to uncover the truth. Suong registered on the Baby Come Home website, a platform dedicated to reuniting lost children with their families. His story, however, was so extraordinary that many doubted its authenticity. Volunteers were skeptical, questioning how someone could hold onto memories so fragmented yet so vivid after nearly 2 decades of separation. To aid their search, Suong turned to his most powerful tool, his memory. He sketched his hometown as best as he could recall, drawing scenes that had been imprinted in his mind since childhood. In his drawing, dragon boats raced down a river, a festival he had never forgotten. He illustrated a small bridge near his home, under which he and his brother often played, catching fish and crabs in the gentle stream. There was a bamboo forest next to their house, and behind it, 2 ponds where he had frequently fallen in, emerging covered in mud. He recalled their home being beside his second aunt's house, a detail that could help pinpoint the location. The volunteers, moved by his unwavering determination, took action. They began searching for missing person reports from the early 1990s across Sichuan. But the task was daunting. 18 years had passed, and the landscapes of many villages had changed beyond recognition. To jog his memory further, the volunteers arranged for Suong to visit Sichuan. As they traveled through different areas, one name surfaced repeatedly in his mind: G Street. His mother had mentioned it often when he was a child. Using this clue, the team focused their efforts near a small town in Du City, Sichuan Province. Day after day, the volunteers scoured the town, speaking to residents, asking if anyone remembered a case from the early 90s where a mother and 2 sons had disappeared. But each response was the same: they had never heard of such a case. Their search led them to the Beigal Village Committee and the local police station. The officials were sympathetic and eager to help, but no records matched Suong's story. For 7 grueling days, they explored every lead, covering all of Du City. Each morning, they set out with renewed hope, and each evening, they returned empty-handed. The lack of progress was disheartening. Defeated, but not willing to give up, Suong returned to Putian City, Fujian Province, hoping that his adoptive father, Jinchi, might hold the key to his past. It was then that a phone call changed everything. A woman from Qizhou County, Sichuan Province, reached out to the volunteers. Her name was Xiaoxing, and she had been searching for her lost son for nearly 2 decades. In mid-October 1993, her eldest child, Wang Xiang, vanished without a trace after school. She and her husband had searched tirelessly, reporting his disappearance to the police, but no leads ever emerged. Despite the years of heartbreak, she never stopped looking. Xing had been following missing persons reports and was in contact with the Baby Come Home website. When she saw Suong's story, something in her heart told her that this could be her son. She immediately called the volunteers. However, after exchanging details, they discovered a surprising twist. Suong was not Wang Xiang, but possibly another missing child from the Xiao family in Yongxing Town. Excitement rippled through the volunteer team. They quickly contacted the Yongxing Town police station, which confirmed that in Zhenkou village, a Xiao family had lost 3 members in the early 90s. On September 11, 2012, villagers gathered at the entrance of Zhenkou village to welcome home a long-lost son. After nearly 2 hours of anxious waiting, Suong finally arrived, escorted by the volunteers. The moment he stepped into the village, tears streamed down his face. Firecrackers exploded on both sides of the road, but he barely noticed them. His gaze was fixed on an elderly man standing before him, his father, aged and weathered by years of sorrow. Dafu, his birth father, led him into their home. He retrieved 2 old photographs, preserved for nearly 2 decades. They depicted a young boy standing beside his mother and brother. Seeing them, Suong could no longer contain his emotions. The reunion was filled with joy, but also pain, the pain of lost time, of unanswered questions. After an emotional pause, Dafu finally voiced the question that had haunted him for years. "Son, how did your mother leave back then?" Suong had expected this. He retrieved his drawings and began narrating the terrifying events of 18 years ago. Silence filled the room. Dafu clenched his fists and, with quiet resolve, said, "I will find your mother and your brother. That is my only wish now." Determined, Dafu accompanied his son to the Qizhou County Police Bureau to officially report the case. The authorities confirmed the kidnapping but needed more evidence to reconstruct the events. The fates of Suong's mother and brother remained unknown, but the search was far from over. Investigators decided to trace the kidnappers. 2 days later, officers traveled with Suong to Putian City, where they confronted his adoptive father. But Jinchi was uncooperative, claiming that too much time had passed, and he remembered nothing about the man who had brought Suong to him. The truth was within reach, yet still shrouded in mystery. But one thing was certain: after 18 long years, Suong had found his family, and his journey was far from over. Therefore, Yong, realizing that he was not getting clear answers, decided to approach other villagers in hopes of uncovering more information. However, to his growing frustration, most of the villagers also spoke in vague terms, their reluctance to share details becoming increasingly evident. It was clear that they were either fearful or unwilling to reveal anything about the kidnapper, leading Yong and the 2 investigators to reach a dead end. With no other choice, they turned to the local police station, officially requesting assistance. In response, the police agreed to dispatch officers to help with the investigation. Understanding the gravity of the situation, according to Yong's recollections, he had spent a significant period in the house of an unknown man before his adoptive father took him home. However, the memories of this time were hazy, and he couldn't recall the man's name or precise location. The only detail he could distinctly remember was that the house featured a loft with an area resembling a temple shrine on the upper floor. During his captivity, Yong had been confined in the loft, where he witnessed villagers frequently coming to burn incense and pray. This detail, though seemingly small, offered a vital clue. Determined to track down the kidnapper's exact location, the local police decided to interrogate Jinchi once more, hoping for a more cooperative response. This time, perhaps realizing that withholding information would only prolong the investigation, Jinchi was noticeably more forthcoming. He recalled that, years ago, a middleman known only as A had approached him, offering the possibility of adoption. The middleman had mentioned that a young boy, approximately 6 or 7 years old, was available in Gang Village. Intrigued by the proposition, Jinchi agreed to follow him to another man's house, where the exchange took place. Jinchi admitted to paying a sum of 5.800 yuan, approximately $850, in exchange for the child, an amount that, at the time, was substantial but not uncommon in illicit adoption dealings. However, despite this breakthrough in the investigation, a new challenge emerged. The middleman, now suffering from severe age-related memory loss, could no longer provide any additional details. As a result, the police had to rely solely on Jinchi's recollections to track down the kidnapper's residence. Following Jinchi's vague directions, the investigators arrived in Gang Village in B-Town. After a thorough search and careful cross-checking with old records, Jinchi finally led the officers to a house belonging to a man named Wang Jin, a local resident of Gang Village. Since the events of that fateful year, Gang Village had undergone significant changes, with many old structures being renovated or completely rebuilt. However, despite these alterations, Wang Jin's house remained recognizable, particularly due to the presence of the loft and the shrine that Yong had described. When questioned by police, Wang Jin refused to confess to any involvement in the kidnapping. He only admitted that Yong had been adopted by Su Jinchi years ago, but chose to remain silent on the origins of the boy and how he came to be in his possession. This refusal to cooperate led the investigators to probe deeper into Wang Jin's social circles, hoping to find new leads. Their efforts soon led to an unexpected revelation. During their inquiries, the police discovered that Wang Jin's wife was originally from Qizhou County in Sichuan Province and had, in fact, been kidnapped herself as a child. She had been brought to Gang Village at a young age, growing up there before eventually marrying Wang Jin. When interviewed, she shared chilling memories from over 2 decades ago, revealing that she had witnessed children being brought into Wang's house multiple times. With this crucial testimony, the police expanded their investigation, soon identifying a notorious figure named Yung Gishian. At 58 years old, Yung was a native of Xinyang Town, the same place where Yong had originally been kidnapped. A search through legal records confirmed that Yung had previously been convicted of child trafficking and had served 6 years in prison after being sentenced by the Qizhou County People's Court. Notably, 2 accomplices had been sentenced alongside him. One of them was Pu San, the very man that Da Fu had long suspected of abducting his wife and children. Recognizing the strong links between these criminals and Yong's case, the authorities quickly moved to apprehend Yung Gishian. As expected, upon arrest, Yung initially denied any involvement, but the police wasted no time in targeting Pu San next. Now 51 years old, Pu was caught off guard by the sudden investigation. During his initial questioning, he quickly broke down and admitted to having kidnapped Yong and his brother all those years ago. However, when pressed about the fate of Shu Yin, Yong's mother, Pu refused to disclose any details, offering only one crucial piece of information: the identity of a third accomplice, Leah Dingyi. Determined to capture Leah before he could flee, the police acted swiftly, arriving at his residence with a plan for immediate arrest. However, Leah, having somehow caught wind of the investigation, had already disappeared. This led authorities to trace his potential hideouts, focusing on his extended family. Based on Pu's confession, it was discovered that Leah was actually his biological brother, though adopted into the Leah family at a young age. He had never severed his ties with the Pu family, maintaining a close relationship with them over the years. Following this lead, officers searched the homes of Pu's relatives in the neighboring town. Their persistence paid off when they finally located Leah, who had been hiding with a family member. With no means of escape left, Leah was arrested and taken in for questioning. Inside the interrogation room, faced with mounting evidence and no way out, Leah decided to confess. "I want to ask for the government's leniency. I'm willing to tell everything," he admitted, his voice shaking. He then recounted, in grim detail, the events that had unfolded 18 years ago. He took investigators back to early July 1994, when financial desperation had driven him to visit Pooh in search of a loan. Instead of offering money, Pooh proposed a sinister plan, one they had considered before but never executed. This time, however, Leah found himself unable to refuse. Pooh had convinced him that kidnapping a child could bring in several thousand yuan, a sum large enough to change their dire circumstances. The temptation was too great, and Leah allowed his conscience to be overtaken by greed. As per Pooh's scheme, Leah was responsible for identifying potential targets on the street, luring them into his shop before taking action. However, after several days of unsuccessful attempts, he grew frustrated. This led Pooh to suggest an even more ruthless alternative. If they encountered an adult with a child, they could eliminate the adult first, ensuring no resistance before kidnapping the child. The gravity of their crimes was now undeniable, and the confessions of both Pooh and Leah brought horrifying clarity to the case. With these revelations, the police intensified their efforts to locate Shu Yin, determined to uncover her fate and bring closure to the family that had suffered for so many years. The investigation was far from over, but at last, justice was within reach. On July 12, 1994, Leah saw Shua Qin walking past Pooh's house, leading her two young sons by the hand. Pooh, who had been waiting for an opportunity, immediately stepped forward and greeted Shua Qin with feigned warmth. He told her that he had an important message that needed to be delivered to someone in Jenko village. Without a hint of suspicion, Shua Qin, trusting the familiar acquaintance, followed Pooh into his shop, unaware that she was walking straight into a meticulously planned trap. Inside the dimly lit shop, Leah moved with careful intent to ensure that no cries for help would be heard. He turned the volume of the cassette player to its maximum setting, drowning the space in loud music. However, the sudden burst of noise inadvertently attracted the attention of the two young boys, Yong Yong and his younger brother. Concerned, they ran toward the bedroom at the back of the shop. As the boys disappeared from sight, Leah struck, wrapping his hands around Shua Qin's throat and forcing her to the ground. Panic-stricken, Shua Qin fought desperately, struggling against her assailant with every ounce of strength she could muster. Realizing that she was proving more difficult to subdue than expected, Pooh swiftly pulled out a knife and plunged it into her, ending her resistance in a matter of moments. With their gruesome deed complete, Pooh and Leah turned their attention to the two terrified children. Without hesitation, they locked Yong Yong and his brother in the basement, leaving them alone in the darkness. A week later, Pooh made contact with a known human trafficker, Zhang. Through Zhang's underground network, arrangements were made for the boys to be transported far from their home. They were first taken to Beijing, then transferred to Pin City in Fujian Province, disappearing into an unknown fate. As for their mother, Shua Qin, her body suffered an even grimmer fate. Pooh and Leah dismembered her remains and buried the pieces in a vegetable garden behind Pooh's house, concealing the evidence of their heinous crime. For years, the secret remained undisturbed, hidden beneath the soil. Nearly 2 decades later, on the morning of February 28, 2013, the long-buried crime resurfaced. Police escorted the suspect, Pooh Jijian, to a bicycle repair shop on Bo Street in Yongxing Town. By then, the case had captured the attention of local residents, who gathered in large numbers, eager to witness the unfolding truth. At the back of the shop, in the very same vegetable garden where Shua Qin's remains had been discarded, forensic experts began their careful excavation. Despite Pooh's full confession, the authorities needed concrete evidence. According to Pooh, he and Leah had originally divided Shua Qin's remains into 3 separate bags before burying them. In 2008, fearing discovery, Pooh had dug up 2 of the bags and burned their contents in a secluded corner of the courtyard. Even so, forensic specialists meticulously sifted through every fragment of soil, carefully washing each shard that could be a bone. Amidst remnants of chicken and pig bones, they uncovered critical evidence, a fragment of what was believed to be a human skull, ashes containing melted plastic consistent with the bags used to wrap the body, and a rope that bore signs of decomposition, suggesting it had once been used to bind human remains. Despite these findings, conclusive proof that Shua Qin had been buried there remained elusive. Investigators placed their final hope in locating the third, unburned bag. Yet, with nearly 2 decades having passed, Pu claimed that he could no longer recall its exact location. Faced with this obstacle, the investigation team made the decisive choice to excavate the entire garden to a depth of 3 feet. It wasn't long before they made their first breakthrough, a nearly melted plastic sandal, its sole barely retaining its original white hue. As night fell, their persistence paid off. The long-lost black plastic bag was unearthed. Inside, they found a collection of bones which, when examined and reassembled, formed the lower half of a human skeleton. DNA analysis confirmed the truth. These were the remains of Shua Qin, bringing closure to a mystery that had haunted her surviving son, Xiao Yongyong, for nearly 2 decades. Yet, while the case of Shua Qin's murder was now conclusively solved, there remained an unresolved question: the fate of her younger son, Xiao Yongwan. Determined to uncover the full truth, investigators turned their attention to Putian City, Fuan Province. Following the trail of clues that had led the brothers far from home, their search brought them to the human trafficker Wang, who revealed that Yongwan had been sold multiple times. Initially, Wang had handed the child over to a man named Safa for 7.500 yuan, approximately $1.100. However, Safa, unsettled by the child's constant crying, quickly resold him through another intermediary at a lower price to a man named Chun. Chun, acting as another middleman, eventually sold Yongwan to a final buyer, a man with the surname Wu. Further investigation led police to Wu's household, where they discovered that the missing boy had been renamed Wu Qinfa. When officers arrived, however, Wu Qinfa was away, working in Beijing. Upon showing photographs to confirm his identity, police facilitated a long-awaited reunion. On March 20th, 2013, after 19 painful years of separation, Yongyong was finally able to embrace his long-lost brother and bring him home to Sichuan. The resolution of the case brought a bittersweet sense of justice. Though the two brothers had finally found each other, the scars of their stolen childhood could never be erased. Their father, Xiao Dafu, had aged beyond his years, weighed down by the grief of losing his wife and children. If not for Yongyong's determination, the truth of what had happened that fateful day in 1994 might have remained buried forever. On August 14, 2014, justice was served. The Du City Intermediate People's Court issued its final verdict. Hu Jijian was sentenced to death for his crimes of intentional homicide and child abduction, while Lia Dinga received a life sentence. Additionally, both were ordered to pay a total of 897 yuan, approximately $7.500, in compensation to the civil plaintiffs. Unsurprisingly, Hu Jijian and Lia Dinga attempted to appeal their sentences. However, on April 20th, 2015, the Sichuan Province High People's Court rejected their pleas, upholding the original judgment. Another accomplice, Zhang Gixian, faced his own reckoning. On November 24, 2014, the Qijin County People's Court sentenced him to 11 years in prison, along with a fine of 10.000 yuan, approximately $1.500, for his involvement in child trafficking. His ill-gotten gains were confiscated as part of the legal process. With justice finally delivered, the surviving family members attempted to rebuild their lives. Yongyong returned to city, where he continued working at a gemstone workshop to make a living. Meanwhile, his aging father, Xiao Dafu, settled in Jiangsu village with his new wife, finding solace in raising ducks and working the fields. As for Yongquan, now known as Wu Qinfa, he chose to remain in Beijing, building a life in the city where he had grown up. Though the family had been reunited, the cruel reality remained. Time had stolen from them 19 precious years, and the past could never be rewritten. The journey that spanned nearly 2 decades for the Yongyong brothers has finally come to an end. But the scars of the past still linger, aching like wounds that never fully heal. They found each other. They rediscovered their roots. But their family could never be whole again. Their beloved mother passed away tragically. Their father Dafu bore an unbearable pain, and their childhood was stolen by greedy and ruthless men. But despite the irreplaceable losses, life goes on. Yong Yong returned to city, where he continued his work in gem crafting. Every time he held a rough stone in his hands, he thought about his own arduous journey, from a child who had been kidnapped and lost in strange streets to a man strong enough to face the truth and seek justice. To him, each stone, once polished, was like a life, painful, scarred, but ultimately able to shine. Elsewhere, Yongwan, now known as Wu Qinfa, chose to remain in Beijing, the place where he had grown up. His reunion with his birth family moved him deeply, but it also left him with lingering doubt. He was part of two worlds, the past and the present, and it wasn't easy to choose just one path. But no matter where he was, he knew he was no longer alone. Dafu, the elderly father who had spent his life in sorrow, could finally breathe a little easier. He chose to live quietly in the countryside, finding joy in farming and caring for his ducks. But every time he looked up at the sunset, he would quietly call his wife's name, as if to keep a promise that had never been broken. "We found our son, but I can never find you." The sentence for the criminals was carried out, but no punishment could ever make up for the losses the Shao family endured. Lives had been stolen, childhoods shattered, and the years that should have been filled with warmth together had been replaced by separation. But amidst all the pain, there was one thing that could never be destroyed: the love of family. It was this love that helped Yong Yong return home, that kept Dafu holding on to hope for nearly 20 years, and that brought them back together after so many years apart. Life may take many things from you, but don't let it take away your hope and love, because in the end, that is the strength that keeps you going. Story 3. On a sweltering August afternoon in 1967, the quiet routine of Tai's Wanhua district was shattered by the sudden arrival of a frantic man at the local police station. Drenched in sweat, his breath ragged, he stumbled through the doorway, his eyes wild with urgency. Every officer in the room turned to him as he gasped out words that would send a chill through the precinct. "Last night, I was forced to help bury 2 bodies," the man blurted, his voice trembling with both fear and desperation. His name was Zhang Jinjin, and as he spoke, a harrowing tale of murder and deceit unfolded before the stunned officers. He claimed that at Chai Art Garden, a mannequin factory located at 51 King Road, the owner, Wang Onian, had brutally slain both his wife and an apprentice before coercing Jinjin into helping dispose of their remains. The bodies, he insisted, lay buried in the factory's basement, hidden beneath layers of concrete. The officers exchanged skeptical glances. The notion of real corpses concealed within a factory designed to produce lifeless mannequins seemed grotesquely surreal, like a twisted plot from a horror film. Moreover, King Road was one of Tai's busiest commercial districts. Who would dare commit such a heinous crime in such a conspicuous location? Adding to their doubts was Jingin's behavior. He seemed strangely eager to confess his involvement, which was unusual for an accomplice. Furthermore, his erratic demeanor and the wild look in his eyes made some suspect he was not entirely in his right mind. Despite their initial reservations, protocol demanded they investigate his claims. The police accompanied Jinjin to Chai Art Garden, an imposing 4-story structure with multiple tenants. The second floor housed a bustling beauty salon, while the upper levels contained residential apartments. The ground floor and basement served as the mannequin factory's main workspace. Neighbors spoke highly of the factory, praising its success in supplying mannequins to fashion retailers across Taiwan. Business had always been steady, the factory rarely closing, even on holidays. That's why it struck everyone as deeply unusual when, 2 days prior, Wang Onian had abruptly shut the factory's doors. A hastily written, "Closed today" sign had been posted outside, something Wang had never done before. When the police arrived at the factory, they were not alone. The scene outside was chaotic. As word of the alleged crime had already spread, reporters jostled for position, cameras at the ready. while a growing crowd of curious onlookers murmured among themselves. Repeated knocks at the factory's entrance yielded no response. With no other option, the officers forced the door open, stepping inside to find an eerily silent workspace. The ground floor featured a large display window where 6 mannequins stood, their vacant plastic eyes staring into nothingness. The officers conducted a thorough sweep of the area. There were no bloodstains, no signs of a struggle, nothing to suggest the violence Jean Jin had described. Their skepticism grew, but Jean Jin remained steadfast, leading them toward the basement with a trembling hand. Descending the narrow staircase, the officers were met with an unsettling sight. The basement was a labyrinth of mannequin parts, limbs, torsos, and heads scattered haphazardly, their pale plastic surfaces gleaming under the dim light. A thick chemical odor hung in the air, the acrid scent of isoamyl alcohol used in mannequin production stinging their nostrils. Some officers began to doubt Jingen's story entirely. Could he have hallucinated the crime? His mind warped by prolonged exposure to toxic fumes? The grotesque sight of the disassembled mannequins could easily unnerve someone, possibly even distort reality. But Jean Jin was insistent. He pointed a shaking finger toward a specific section of the concrete floor. "They're under there," he whispered. At first glance, there were no obvious signs of recent digging. The floor appeared undisturbed. Yet, as they continued searching, one detective stumbled upon something peculiar in the bathroom, a pile of loose soil. This discovery was followed by another odd find upstairs, bags of cement and fine sand, materials entirely unrelated to mannequin production. Now, the officers' skepticism began to wane. The puzzle pieces were falling into place, and they no longer had the luxury of doubt. They called in additional personnel, including 4 workers equipped with excavation tools, and set about breaking through the concrete floor. The first chilling discovery came quickly. The steel reinforcement bars beneath the concrete had been deliberately cut. Mere inches below, they found a single fabric glove. The air in the basement grew thick with anticipation, the weight of something terrible pressing upon them. Then, at a depth of about 2 feet, the excavation team made a horrifying find: human hair. The room went silent, and then, as the digging continued, an unmistakable, putrid scent filled the air. The acrid stench of decomposition left no room for doubt. By 11 p.m., the first body was unearthed, a woman, her face eerily peaceful, her body showing no external injuries. Just half an hour later, the second body was uncovered. This one, a male, bore clear signs of violence. His face and torso were battered, swollen with bruises, and deep strangulation marks marred his neck. The 2 bodies had been buried one atop the other, the woman placed carefully above the man. Despite the state of decay, their faces remained identifiable. The victims were confirmed as Su Wan, Wang Onian's wife, and Qin Guang, the factory's young apprentice. The medical examiner determined both had died approximately 2 days earlier. The cause of death, suffocation. However, one deeply unsettling detail emerged from the examination. Su Wan's head had been completely shaved. The discovery of her severed hair, found earlier in the excavation, raised an ominous question: why would Wang Onian shave his wife's head before burying her? As officers prepared to apprehend Wang Onian, they made a crushing realization: they had made a grave mistake. Their initial skepticism had led them to neglect securing the suspect before launching the search. As a result, by the time they confirmed Jingen's claims, Wang Onian had vanished without a trace. Rumors swirled among the district's residents. Some claimed that Wang had been among the onlookers at the crime scene, hidden in plain sight, watching as the police unearthed his dark secret. The chaos of the moment had allowed him to slip away unnoticed. The failure to capture him on the spot was a devastating blow to the police department's reputation. A nationwide manhunt was immediately launched, with a warrant issued for Wang Onian's arrest. Meanwhile, investigators began delving into the backgrounds of the victims and their killer, determined to unravel the twisted motivations that had led to such a gruesome crime. As they unearthed the tangled web of secrets within Chai Art Garden, one question loomed above all others: What had driven Wang Onian to murder his wife and apprentice in such a grotesque and calculated manner? The search for answers had only just begun. Wang Onian, 31, was a man of extraordinary talent. Despite lacking formal education, his natural artistic abilities, particularly in the delicate craft of mannequin sculpting, had earned him significant recognition in the fashion industry. He was known for his keen eye for detail and ability to bring lifelike qualities to his creations. Yet, beneath his professional success, his personal life was tumultuous. His wife, Su Wan, a year younger than him, had met him under unusual circumstances at a billiard hall. Their relationship, though initially filled with passion, quickly became strained, burdened by frequent arguments and underlying tensions. Together, they had 3 children, but their marriage was far from harmonious. The tragic murder case that shook the community revolved around the death of Qin Guang, an 18-year-old apprentice who had been nearing the completion of his training when his life was abruptly and violently cut short. As the investigation unfolded, authorities sought answers from 3 apprentices who had been on leave from Chai Art Garden at the time of the crime. Although none could pinpoint a clear motive for Wang Onian's actions, they shared a crucial piece of information. Just days before the murders, Wang Onian had discovered that 2.000 NDT, roughly $65, had gone missing. Enraged, he had confronted his wife, and what began as a heated argument quickly escalated into a physical altercation. In a fit of fury, he had even gone so far as to shave her head, a humiliating act that underscored the deep-seated dysfunction within their marriage. Then came the chilling events of August 3rd. On that fateful evening, Wang Onian abruptly declared that he had discovered who had stolen the money. Without offering any further explanation, he granted all employees an unexpected week-long vacation. The apprentices, bewildered but relieved, left the premises, unaware that within hours, a gruesome crime would take place. The next morning, police officers arrived at their doors, demanding to know everything they could about their employer's behavior in the preceding days. With the apprentices unable to provide definitive answers, investigators turned their attention to the victims' families, hoping to uncover any buried conflicts or long-standing resentments that might explain the crime. Their first stop was the home of Qin Guang's family. It was there that a chilling revelation surfaced. Before his untimely death, Guang had confided in his parents that Wang Onian had accused him of having an illicit affair with Su Wan. In a jealous rage, Wang Onian had assaulted him. Despite his parents' desperate pleas for him to quit his job, Guang had refused. He insisted on staying, believing that abruptly leaving would only serve to deepen his employer's suspicions and put him in greater danger. Seeking further clarity, the police turned to Wang Onian's own family. Their conversation with his sister, Wang Xinia, provided an even more shocking glimpse into the past. She revealed that years earlier, while her brother had been away on military training, Su Wan had engaged in an affair with a local pharmacist, a man whose reputation was marred by whispers of deception and manipulation. What made matters worse was the pharmacist's sinister influence over Su Wan. He had convinced her to administer a drug to Wang Onian, one that was not lethal but would render him impotent. For months, Wang Onian had struggled with an inexplicable decline in his sexual health. Despite consulting several doctors, he found no answers until Su Wan, racked with guilt, finally confessed. Upon learning the truth, Wang Onian had taken immediate action, reporting the pharmacist to the police. Legal consequences followed, but even as justice was served, the betrayal left deep scars on his psyche. His trust in Su Wan had been irreparably shattered. This revelation, coupled with Guang's murder, painted a haunting picture. Could Wang Onian's unresolved trauma and paranoia over his wife's past infidelity have fueled his violent outburst? As investigators pieced together these disturbing details, they faced a pressing concern: locating Wang Onian. Initially, they were optimistic about capturing him swiftly. They had 3 reasons for this confidence. First, Wang Onian had no known ties to organized crime. Second, he had fled with a mere 5.000 NDT, approximately $165, an amount that would not sustain him for long. Third, Taiwan's island geography made escaping undetected significantly challenging. However, the case soon took another unexpected turn. A new suspect emerged, Gon Jin, a blacksmith with a formidable build, who had come forward with shocking claims about the night of the murders. He alleged that on the night of August 4th, Wang Onian had appeared at his home in a state of panic. According to Jin, Wang Onian claimed that his wife had been missing for 2 days, and despite reporting it to the police, no progress had been made. He asked Jin to accompany him to Tachung in search of her. Unsuspecting, Jin agreed. They rode a motorcycle to Taipei Station, but midway, Wang Onian suddenly insisted that he needed to retrieve something from Chai Art Garden. When they arrived, the atmosphere shifted. Wang Onian locked the iron gate behind them and made a horrifying confession. He had killed both his wife and Qin Guang. The bodies were inside, under the bed. He needed help disposing of them. Jin claimed he panicked and tried to escape, but Wang Onian blocked his path, warning that he would not hesitate to make him the third victim. Out of fear for his life, Jin complied, helping move the bodies to the basement and bury them in a pre-dug hole. The gruesome task lasted until dawn. When the burial was complete, Jin thought his ordeal was over, but Wang Onian had other plans. He forced him to accompany him to purchase cement, quick-drying agents, and isoamyl alcohol to cover up the evidence. It was only when Wang Onian was busy mixing the materials that Jin found his chance to escape. He fled home, hiding in his wardrobe, barely daring to breathe as Wang Onian searched for him. When he finally left, Jin knew he was still in danger. By the afternoon, he fled to his brother's house, begging for help. Just as he was about to explain, a terrifying knock sounded at the door. Wang Onian had followed him. Desperate, Jin escaped through the back door and ran straight to the police. While Jin's testimony initially seemed credible, further scrutiny exposed alarming inconsistencies. Investigators noted that Jin was significantly stronger than Wang Onian. Given his physical advantage, it seemed implausible that he had been so easily overpowered. Moreover, the disposal of the bodies raised questions. If Wang Onian had already dug the hole, why would he need help with the relatively simpler task of moving and burying the corpses? These discrepancies cast doubt on Jin's narrative. Had he truly been coerced? Or was he a willing participant who had turned informant to save himself? As the police interrogated him further, they knew they were close to uncovering the full, chilling truth behind the brutal murders at Chai Art Garden. This time, in a shocking turn of events, Gon Jin dramatically changed his story. He admitted that he had never been coerced at all. Instead, the unsettling truth was that Win Min had promised him money, and in a moment of greed and desperation, he had willingly helped conceal the bodies. However, the weight of his conscience soon became unbearable. Overwhelmed by guilt, he ultimately turned himself in and confessed everything to the police, seeking some form of redemption. As authorities delved deeper into the case, they uncovered a crucial detail. Gon Jin had a history of mental health issues. Years earlier, he had suffered a severe head injury in a car accident that left lasting effects on his nervous system. While he was still capable of managing daily tasks and engaging in social interactions, his cognitive processes and manner of expression were noticeably different from the norm. Investigators had to consider whether his statements were entirely reliable or influenced by his condition. Adding another layer of complexity to the case, police discovered an unexpected family connection between Gon Jin and Win Min Jinan. Gon Jin's brother was the brother-in-law of Win Min, and in an ironic twist, Win Min had even been the one who introduced Gon Jin to his wife. These family ties suddenly cast a new perspective on why Win Min might have chosen Gon Jin to assist in such a heinous crime. Was it mere convenience? Or did he believe Gon Jin's mental condition would make him an easier accomplice? However, this revelation led to a disturbing question. Given Gon Jin's mental state, how much of his confession could be trusted? Was he truly aware of all the details? Or was his recollection clouded by confusion? These uncertainties made tracking down Win Min more urgent than ever. He was the key to unlocking the full truth. The police were so confident in their ability to capture Win Min that they initially declined to offer a reward for his arrest. However, as the investigation dragged on, It became clear that the case was far more complicated than anticipated. Despite combing through Taipei and expanding their search to Taichung, Win Min remained elusive. Every lead led to another dead end, frustrating law enforcement officials and raising doubts about their ability to solve the case. Then, just as frustration threatened to stall progress, a new development surfaced, throwing the case into even deeper uncertainty. A man named Yang Gangquan rushed into the police station in a state of distress, reporting that his wife, Lu Wang, had vanished without a trace. His worst fear? She was likely with Win Min. Yang's family owned a wig-making business and frequently conducted transactions with Win Min's mannequin factory, which had fostered a connection between their families. Lu Wang, a 30-year-old mother of 5, had left behind her nursing infant when she disappeared. Gang Quan had two compelling reasons to believe Win Min was responsible. First, both his wife and Win Min had disappeared on the very same day. Second, several neighbors had witnessed Lu Wang climbing onto Win Min's motorcycle before the two rode away together. Given the nature of the ongoing investigation, Gang Quan feared the worst. Had his wife been coerced or even kidnapped by the fugitive? This unexpected revelation opened a new avenue for investigators. When police re-examined Win Min's belongings at the Chakai Art Garden, they stumbled upon intimate photographs of Lu Wang. The images appeared to be taken with her full consent, strongly suggesting that their relationship was far more personal than previously believed. Further inquiries revealed another surprising twist. Before leaving, Lu Wang had taken her identification documents and a sum of cash. After speaking with her children, police concluded that she had not been kidnapped or forced to flee but had done so willingly. This shocking discovery meant that law enforcement was no longer hunting a lone fugitive, but rather a couple on the run. Throughout August, the case became Taiwan's most sensational manhunt, capturing public attention like never before. People followed the investigation eagerly, desperate to see the fugitives apprehended. However, despite the growing pressure, Win Min and Lu Wang remained ghosts, seemingly vanishing into thin air. Rumors swirled. Some claimed they had escaped to the southern regions of Taiwan, while others speculated they were hiding in central Taiwan or even Sanjiang. But with no concrete leads, police were at a loss. Initially, authorities believed that by cutting off the fugitives' access to bank accounts and preventing their families from providing financial aid, they would soon be forced out of hiding. After all, the 5.000 new Taiwan dollars Win Min had taken with him could not last indefinitely. Newspapers published stern warnings, making it clear that anyone found sheltering the couple would face legal consequences. Yet, despite these efforts, the fugitives remained at large, testing the patience of law enforcement and the public alike. Then, on August 16th, 10 days after the murders, a breakthrough came in the form of an intercepted letter Win Min had written to his father, pleading for support. On the front of the letter, written in Chinese, he expressed concern for his 5 children and asked his father to give Gan Jin approximately 2.000 NTD for living expenses. However, the back of the letter contained a hidden message in Japanese: "Don't give the money." This clever deception was designed to exploit Lu Wang's inability to read Japanese, secretly instructing his father to withhold the funds. Rather than delivering the letter as intended, police decided to release its contents to the press, hoping to sow discord between the fugitives. Police investigations had already confirmed that Lu Wang had been home with her children at the time of the murders, meaning she had played no direct role in the killings. However, law enforcement hoped that exposing Win Min's deception would shatter the illusion of trust and persuade her to abandon him. To reinforce this strategy, her husband, Gang Quan, published an open letter in the newspapers, pleading for her return and promising forgiveness. Their eldest daughter also wrote a heartfelt message: "Mom, my sister and brother are crying. We miss you so much." But none of these emotional appeals seemed to move Lu Wang. She remained steadfastly by Win Min's side, and the police found themselves back at square one. Desperate, on August 24th, authorities finally relented and announced a reward of 30.000 NTD, approximately $750, for any information leading to Win Min's arrest. Yet, A minor oversight nearly derailed the effort. Neighbors pointed out that the police had released an outdated photograph of Lu Wang, taken just after the birth of her fifth child when she appeared much heavier. Now, having lost considerable weight, she looked quite different, making identification more difficult. In a further bid to flush out the fugitive, police publicized a peculiar fact. Wen Min suffered from a rare condition that required him to drink herbal tea regularly in the summer. This tidbit sent waves through Taiwan's markets, with hopeful bounty seekers flooding herbal tea stalls in search of the fugitive. Despite more than 160 reported sightings, none proved useful. Just as hope began to fade, a dramatic twist unfolded. On August 30th, Wen Min unexpectedly sent a letter to the United Press, describing his struggles as a fugitive. He insisted that he had never intended to kill his wife, Su Wan, or the practitioner Guang. He admitted to assaulting Su Wan but claimed he had not realized the severity of her injuries, which ultimately led to her death. In a stunning ultimatum, Wen Min declared that if the Lianan newspaper published his letter, he and Lu Wang would surrender to the Criminal Investigation Department. The next day, the newspaper complied, printing his words in their early morning edition. That evening, at approximately 11 p.m., Wen Min and Lu Wang arrived at the police station. Holding hands, they walked through the doors and turned themselves in. The next morning, newspaper photos depicted them looking remarkably composed, their clothes clean and tidy. Lu Wang, in particular, clung tightly to Wen Min, showing no signs of regret. It was soon revealed that the pair had been hiding in plain sight, living near the Nanmin police station in China City, with Wen Min disguised as an herbal tea vendor. Ironically, while countless people had scoured tea stalls in hopes of spotting him, he had been hiding right in front of them all along. The two suspects finally surrendered, bringing a wave of relief to the police, who had been tirelessly working on the case. However, the resolution of the investigation was far from over, and new twists began to unfold as interrogations commenced. During questioning, Wen admitted to assaulting his wife, a brutal act that ultimately led to her tragic death due to the lack of timely medical attention. However, he vehemently denied any involvement in the death of Guang. Instead, he pointed the finger at Jing Jin, the very person who had first reported him to the authorities. Recounting the events that led to the tragedy, Wen explained that on July 24th, a week before the incident, he discovered that 2.000 NTD had gone missing from his pocket. Suspecting his wife had stolen it, he frantically searched the house. His suspicions deepened when he stumbled upon a bottle of perfume tucked away in a drawer. To him, this was undeniable evidence that his wife had a secret lover, a thought that sent him into a violent rage. Convinced that she had been unfaithful, he confronted her aggressively. In his blind fury, Wen tied up Su Wan with a rope, mercilessly beating and interrogating her in an attempt to extract a confession. As an act of further control, he cut her hair, intending to humiliate her and prevent her from meeting others. The abuse left Su Wan seriously injured, confined to her bed and unable to seek help. On July 31st, Guang, a kind-hearted practitioner, visited Su Wan to bring her food and check on her condition. Women happened to witness them conversing in hushed tones and immediately assumed they were lovers conspiring against him. His jealousy boiled over, and he reacted violently, tying up Guang, beating him, and demanding answers. Guang's family later revealed that when they saw him injured that day, they questioned him about the incident. Guang disclosed that Su Wan had confided in him about Wen's escalating abuse. She feared for her life and had pleaded with him to seek outside help before it was too late. Tragically, their whispered conversation had sealed Guang's fate. Despite his family's pleas for him to stay away from Wen, Guang was determined to prove his innocence. He confronted Wen once again, asserting that he was not the one having an affair with Su Wan. Instead, he revealed that the actual person involved was Wen's brother-in-law, Jinan's brother. This revelation sent Jinan into a blind rage. Rather than questioning the truth, he turned against Guang, accusing him instead. Overcome with fury, Jinan launched a violent attack, covering Guang's mouth to silence his screams. Witnessing the brutality, Su Wan attempted to intervene, But her efforts only fueled women's rage. He turned his aggression towards his wife once more, unleashing another wave of violence upon her. By the time the chaos subsided, Guang had stopped breathing, and Suwon succumbed to her injuries shortly thereafter. Realizing that they had both committed murder, women and Jinan conspired to conceal their crimes. They purchased digging tools and cement, working together to dispose of the bodies in a desperate attempt to erase the evidence. During his confession, women admitted that he and Jinan were both responsible for the killings. However, he claimed that he had not acted alone. Jinan had been just as complicit. Yet, despite this admission, women was taken aback when Jinan turned against him, reporting the crime to the police the very next day. When law enforcement stormed women's store, accompanied by a swarm of reporters, he knew his time was up. Realizing there was no escape, he ran to his lover, Lu Wang. In a last-ditch effort, he confessed to her that he had killed someone and needed to flee. Without hesitation, Lu Wang agreed to go with him. She gathered her identification card, some cash, and together they vanished, setting off on the run. However, after reading the intense media coverage of the case, women grew uneasy. He felt that the newspapers had exaggerated and misrepresented the truth. In an unexpected move, he decided to turn himself in, insisting that the facts reported in the press were incorrect. His statements, however, were starkly different from Jinan's version of events. Jinan maintained that he had only helped bury the body and was not involved in the actual murder. Women, on the other hand, insisted that it was Jinan who had killed Guang, after which they had disposed of the body together. Yet, discrepancies in women's account raised serious doubts. The forensic report indicated that Guang had died from strangulation, contradicting women's claim that he had been beaten to death. This inconsistency became a crucial point in the subsequent trial. On October 18, 1967, the case went to trial at the Taipei District Court. Despite women's insistence that Su Wan's death was accidental, the court rejected his defense. His fate was almost sealed. His death sentence was nearly inevitable. The primary point of contention remained whether Jinan, the whistleblower, had actually murdered Guang. In the first trial, the Taipei District Court concluded that women was responsible for both deaths, driven by jealousy and a murderous intent. Jinan, the court ruled, had only participated in disposing of the body under duress and was therefore declared innocent. However, the prosecution was dissatisfied with this verdict and swiftly appealed. Over the following 9 years, Jinan's fate fluctuated between guilty and innocent. It wasn't until March 16, 1976, that the Supreme Court delivered a final ruling. Jinan was guilty of murder. The conviction was based on testimony from inmates who had overheard him in Taipei prison. Jinan had reportedly remarked, "I wish murder was only a life sentence," and had even confessed, "Because Qin Guang was nosy, I strangled him." Additionally, the judge noted that Jinan had multiple opportunities to escape during the incident, yet he chose to remain until the body was fully disposed of. If he had truly been an unwilling participant, why hadn't he fled earlier? This raised further suspicions about his involvement. Ultimately, the court ruled that he was guilty of intentional homicide and sentenced him to life in prison. As for women, his fate remained unchanged. Throughout the 9 years of legal battles, his death sentence was consistently upheld. 4 days after the final verdict, he was executed by firing squad. By then, however, the public had lost interest in his fate. Instead, their attention shifted toward the mysterious woman who had fled with him, Lu Wang. As the gavel fell, sealing the fates of Wen Min and Jinan, the long, winding road of this harrowing case finally reached its end. Yet, for those left behind, the scars of the past remained. Lu Wang, the enigmatic woman who had forsaken her family for a fugitive, vanished into obscurity. Some whispered that she had changed her identity and rebuilt her life far from the public eye. Others believed she had never truly escaped the ghosts of her past, haunted by the choices she had made. Her children, abandoned in pursuit of a fleeting love, grew up with unanswered questions, left only with faded memories of the mother who walked away. For the families of the victims, Su Wan and Qin Guang, The verdicts brought some semblance of justice. But justice is never the same as closure. The weight of loss lingered in every corner of their lives, a cruel reminder that justice, no matter how swift, could never bring back the dead. In the end, this case was not just a tale of murder but a mirror reflecting the darkest corners of human nature: jealousy, greed, betrayal, and desperation. It was a tragedy of people consumed by their worst impulses, a reminder that beneath the masks we wear, even the most ordinary lives can hide unspeakable horrors. The true cost of betrayal is paid by the innocent in the end. Those who suffered most were not the criminals, but their families, the children left motherless, the families who lost their loved ones, the innocent souls forced to bear the consequences of sins they did not commit. Our choices ripple beyond ourselves, and sometimes the cost is far greater than we can bear. Story 4. At approximately 5:30 p.m. on July 9th, 2007, a violent explosion reverberated through Henan Road in the heart of Jinan City, Shandong Province, China, shattering the evening calm. The blast shockwave obliterated a Honda sedan, reducing the vehicle to debris and sending the driver's dismembered body parts flying through the air, with some parts landing on the storefront windows of nearby businesses. The devastation didn't stop there. A nearby taxi was engulfed in flames, severely burning the driver, while a fruit vendor, caught in the chaos, was struck by shrapnel in the neck and required over 10 stitches. The explosion wreaked havoc across the area, throwing the entire neighborhood into disarray. Bystanders rushed to the scene, some speculating that this was merely a routine traffic accident, while others theorized that it was the result of a fuel tank explosion caused by a collision. But could a simple accident or a fuel tank ignition truly account for such catastrophic destruction? The question quickly began to take root in the minds of the witnesses. Moments after the explosion, local law enforcement arrived to assess the situation. Their initial investigation revealed a shocking reality: one fatality, one injured pedestrian, significant damage to a taxi, and 2 vehicles completely destroyed. As the investigators surveyed the damage, it became immediately clear that this was no ordinary accident. The magnitude of the explosion in such a bustling part of the city raised an alarming question. Was this a tragic accident, or was there something far more sinister at play? As the investigation unfolded, it became evident that the explosion had been intentional, a well-planned act of murder. Forensic analysis soon revealed that the device used in the explosion was not a common homemade bomb but TNT, a tightly regulated military-grade explosive. This discovery confirmed the investigators' worst fears. This was no random accident, but a premeditated act of violence targeting a specific individual. The victim was quickly identified as Liu Hing, a 31-year-old woman who resided in a luxurious 1.400 square feet apartment in the prestigious Rue residential community. Her vehicle, a brand-new light blue Honda, had been reduced to rubble. However, it wasn't her wealth or the destruction of the car that piqued the investigators' interest. Rather, it was her position in society. Liu Hing was a senior political cadre at the Jinan Municipal Land Resources Bureau and served as the deputy secretary of the Youth League Committee within the agency. News of her brutal death sent shockwaves through the city, especially given her high-profile position as a state official. The case quickly gained widespread attention, triggering a public outcry. Who could possibly harbor such deep animosity to resort to such an extreme measure to kill a government official? What had driven Liu Hing to become the target of such a brutal assassination? As the investigation progressed, investigators uncovered a surprising breakthrough. In a nearby trash can, they found a shattered mobile phone and a remote control device. After cross-referencing with telecom providers, they identified the owner of the phone's SIM card as Qin Ji, a 50-year-old deputy team leader at the 3rd Squadron of the Jinan Municipal Public Security Bureau. The discovery of Qin Ji's phone raised suspicions. The use of TNT, a highly controlled substance, suggested the involvement of someone with access to military-grade explosives, a person in a position of authority. Moreover, the investigators learned that just before the explosion, a police car had been spotted near the scene. Through further investigation and surveillance footage, They confirmed that the police car belonged to Chin-ji's security team. When they examined the vehicle, they found traces of explosive residue, which matched those found at the blast site. This revelation suggested that Chin-ji had played a crucial role in carrying out the crime, possibly using his position to facilitate the attack. All evidence seemed to be pointing toward Chin-ji, but there was more to the story. A search of Liu Hing's apartment uncovered startling revelations. Among the personal items were several photographs, including images of Liu Hing with a man, the most shocking of which featured Danon Ahai, the director of the Standing Committee of the Jinan Municipal People's Congress. The intimate nature of these photos suggested that Liu Hing and Ahai had been more than just acquaintances. They were involved in a romantic relationship. At first, the investigators focused on the possibility that the murder was motivated by love or hatred. Ahai, being a prominent political figure, had the power and the means to orchestrate such a murder. Along with Chin-ji, Liu Hing's ex-husband was also considered a potential suspect. As the investigation narrowed its focus, the ex-husband was eventually cleared. But another revelation pushed the case in an entirely new direction. It was discovered that Chin-ji was not just a deputy team leader at the police department. He was also Ahai's nephew-in-law. This revelation added a new layer of complexity to the case, suggesting that the murder may have been part of a larger conspiracy. With this new lead, the investigators began to connect the dots between Chin-ji, Ahai, and the explosion. 3 days after the explosion, on July 11th, Chin-ji was apprehended in Qingda faced with mounting evidence. He quickly confessed to his role in the crime. In a tense interrogation, he revealed that he had been following Ahai's orders, acting as a tool in a carefully orchestrated plot. But the true shock came when Ahai himself was arrested just days later. The powerful political figure, who had once commanded respect as the director of the Standing Committee of the Jinan Municipal People's Congress, was taken into custody by a joint task force from the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission, the Provincial Public Security Department, and the Provincial Procuratorate. In a chilling interrogation, Ahai did not deny his involvement. Rather, he expressed regret, not for taking a life, but for the method he had chosen. In a cold and detached manner, he admitted that if given the chance, he would still have killed Liu Hing, but he would have chosen a different method. His lack of remorse and his chilling indifference to the life he had taken left a lasting impression on the investigators. What had driven Ahai, a man once deeply involved in a romantic relationship with Liu Hing, to harbor such a deep and overwhelming hatred for her? The case, which began as a seemingly ordinary explosion, had unraveled into a complex web of political intrigue, personal betrayal, and cold-blooded murder. The true motive behind Liu Hing's tragic death would remain a haunting question, one that would forever resonate in the political circles of Jinan. The investigation had peeled back the layers of a dark conspiracy, exposing the lengths to which some would go to protect their secrets and wield power, no matter the cost. The story begins with the testimony of Danon Ahai, who revealed the tragic origin of the events that would unfold, an ill-fated romance that began 14 years earlier. Duan, born on January 17, 1946, into a humble farming family, had always faced life's hardships head-on. His childhood was defined by long hours of labor, early mornings spent gathering grass amidst the thick mist, sweltering afternoons guiding buffaloes under the merciless sun, and exhausting nights tending to pigs. The back of his left hand bore a deep scar from a woodcutting accident, a permanent reminder of those harsh formative years. However, despite the crushing poverty that surrounded him, Duan's ambition burned brightly. In 1965, through sheer determination and extraordinary effort, he succeeded in passing the entrance exam to Zhangong University, becoming the first student from his village to attend college. This achievement filled his community with immense pride, with people comparing him to a golden phoenix soaring high above the ordinary, escaping the confines of the chicken coop. Ahai's journey did not disappoint their expectations. His college education opened the gateway to a promising official career, possessing both sharp interpersonal skills and an exceptional intellect. Duan quickly rose through the ranks of power, like a ship propelled forward by the wind. At the peak of his success, he remained grounded, embodying the humble demeanor of his peasant origins. Whenever he visited his hometown, he refused to have his car drive into the village as befitting a high-ranking official. Instead, he insisted on stopping the vehicle outside, choosing to walk the familiar dirt roads on foot. This simple act allowed him to connect with the villagers, where he would pause to chat with them, ask about their lives, and share in their daily struggles. What should have been a brief walk of only a few hundred meters often stretched into an hour as he listened to their stories. Such genuine gestures earned him the villagers' complete trust, and they regarded him as an incorruptible official, one who was indifferent to fame and wealth. However, life has a way of turning when least expected. The course of Ahai's life was irrevocably altered in 1996 when a beautiful woman named Liu Haiping entered the scene. At that time, Ahai had been transferred to Luing, in Shandong province, where a new opportunity for advancement awaited him. His wife, employed at a provincial hospital, could not accompany him, so he made the journey alone. Upon arrival, he was assigned to stay in the agency's guest house, where his living arrangements were looked after by a young employee, Liu Haiping. She was only 18 years old at the time, but her thoughtful and attentive nature quickly caught Ahai's attention. She would wash his dirty clothes, prepare meals to suit his hunger, and even have his toothpaste ready for him at all times. In the loneliness of those months, separated from his wife, Haiping's care began to worm its way into Ahai's heart. She became more than just a caretaker. She began to occupy a space in his mind, the seed of affection quietly taking root. Ahai, now 48, represented much more than an ordinary official to her. He embodied power, success, and authority, qualities that had an inexplicable allure for many women. Slowly, what started as a simple, professional relationship morphed into something more complex, far beyond the boundaries of what should have been an official servant interaction. The significant age gap between the two, Ahai, 48, and Haiping, just 18, seemed to foreshadow the eventual tragic end of their affair. When Ahai was transferred back to Jinan, he should have ended the illicit affair, but unable to sever ties with his young lover, he made his first grave abuse of power. He arranged for Haiping to be transferred to a position at a company under the Shandong Provincial Electronics Industry Bureau, and even bought her a private apartment, creating a separate life that existed alongside his official family. Despite his rising status, Ahai did not forget Haiping. As his political influence grew, he continued to bring her along, positioning her ever higher within the social ladder. In late 1997, after Ahai was promoted to a more powerful position, he used his influence to secure a role for Haiping at the Civil Affairs Bureau. He went even further by buying her another apartment and a car. Under the protective cloak of Ahai's power, Haiping soon built a luxurious life in Jinan. Her name gained weight in social circles, and even other officials showed her deference. However, it wasn't just wealth that Haiping was after. She used her newfound influence to help her family. Through whispered conversations in the dark, she convinced Ahai to arrange jobs and even household registration for her parents and younger sister. This insatiable greed slowly led the once untouchable Ahai down the path of corruption. To meet Haiping's demands, he resorted to accepting bribes to speed up various processes. Word of his corruption eventually reached the ears of Ahai's wife, but her response was unexpected. Rather than demand a divorce, she tried to persuade her husband to end the affair, hoping he would stop before it destroyed them both. In front of her, Ahai pretended to listen, assuring her that he had severed all ties with Haiping. But behind these promises, he continued the affair, this time hiding it more carefully, turning their secret into an even more carefully guarded deception. Haiping, despite marrying a doctor, continued her clandestine relationship with Ahai. The truth eventually came to light when Haiping's husband discovered the affair and filed for divorce. Ironically, Ahai not only ruined his own family, but his actions also contributed to the collapse of his lover's marriage. The betrayal and injury that Haiping felt slowly morphed into an unquenchable thirst for more. If she could not claim his heart entirely, she would seize his power and wealth as compensation for her emotional wounds. In 2006, with her ambitions growing ever larger. Haping demanded a job transfer. True to form, Ahai used his influence to arrange for her to join the Land Resources Bureau. However, this wasn't enough to satisfy her insatiable desire. She continued to demand a larger and more lavish lifestyle, a luxurious 1.400 square foot apartment and the latest car model. It was in this opulent residence and luxury car that she lived when the tragic incident occurred. Haping's craving for material wealth was not just a desire for possessions. It was a manifestation of the deep loneliness and resentment she had accumulated in the cold, empty space she called home, waiting only for Ahai's occasional visits at 10 p.m. After years of hiding their affair, Haping grew desperate for more. She wanted nothing less than official status. She wanted to be Ahai's legitimate wife, to stand beside him openly, and to no longer live in the shadows. But for Ahai, she had always been nothing more than a fleeting romance, never meant to be his legal partner. The relationship between them became increasingly volatile, with violent arguments punctuating their interactions. In her fury, Haping began to use their secret relationship as leverage, threatening to expose it to the public. This enraged Ahai. He had elevated her, given her wealth and power, only to see her ungratefulness boil over. His growing frustration led him to consider drastic measures. In his quiet moments at work, Ahai searched for someone to carry out his dark plan. He needed someone trustworthy enough to keep the secret of the crime, but also bold enough to follow through. After much thought, he chose Shinji, his nephew-in-law, the son-in-law of Ahai's elder brother. Shinji owed Ahai a significant debt of gratitude, having been helped by Ahai in securing a position as a police officer. This familial bond, strengthened by favors and power, provided the perfect means for Ahai to execute his sinister intentions. In 2007, during a Lunar New Year visit to Ahai's home, Shinji confided his troubles and agreed to take care of Haping. Shinji, without hesitation, promised to help, acknowledging that since his work had been arranged by Ahai, it was his duty to repay the favor. After a brief discussion, they decided that a staged traffic accident would be the perfect solution to eliminate Haping. However, as they planned the details, they realized the difficulty of executing such an idea in the city center, where Haping mostly traveled. Fearing failure, they abandoned the plan, refusing to give up. Shinji, with his military engineering background, came up with a more lethal solution, using explosives. After the explosion, all evidence of their crime would be obliterated, leaving no trace behind. Ahai, seeing this as a brilliant idea, provided Shinji with key details about Haping, including her home address. Shinji used his connections in law enforcement to acquire controlled explosives and enlisted the help of a garage owner, Shin Chongbing, an expert in remote-controlled car devices. In the secrecy of the garage, the two men began to prepare their deadly plan. The initial 2 detonation tests were merely a prelude, a way to practice before the real act. The final 3 triggers would be the ones to bring their horrifying plan to fruition. Equipped with 2 kilograms of explosives and a remote control they had secretly engineered, the perpetrators had fashioned a weapon of unimaginable destruction, one that could obliterate both metal and flesh within a split second. But as the murder weapon was finally completed, something deep within Shinji's conscience stirred, forcing him to reconsider. The thought that the push of a single button could end a life, leaving no room for remorse or redemption, gnawed at him relentlessly. The weight of this realization paralyzed him. Despite Ahai's persistent encouragement, Shinji found himself stalling, desperately searching for any reason, any excuse, to delay the inevitable. By July 2007, Shinji could no longer postpone the fateful moment. On the afternoon of July 9th, Shinji and Chongbing, with heavy hearts, drove a police car to the location where Haping worked. With grim determination, they located her light blue Honda. Hands trembling, they activated Do-On-E's remote control to unlock the car door, and without a moment's hesitation, they slipped the bomb under the driver's seat. Within minutes, they had set everything in motion. As it was their first time carrying out such a grim task, their hands shook with anxiety, and after placing the bomb, they fled the scene hastily. They waited on the familiar road Hyping always took to drive home, each second passing like an eternity as the two conspirators anxiously held their breath. But fate, as it often does, played a cruel trick on them. After a mere 5 minutes of surveillance, they lost sight of their target. Shinji, in a panic, decided to take one last gamble. They drove to Jina Road, a well-known path Hyping frequently traveled. There, they waited patiently, the tension mounting. Shinji, his hand unsteady on the remote control, sat silently in the police car, ready to strike. Chongbing got out, her eyes darting around in search of any sign of their victim. When Hyping finally appeared, the street was bustling with vendors and elderly people enjoying the evening air. To ensure that Hyping would pass through this particular spot, Chongbing casually approached an old woman sitting nearby and asked, "Is this the Rui residential community up ahead?" Though it seemed like a harmless question, the elderly woman, noticing the strange man's tense demeanor and foreign accent, grew suspicious. Her instincts told her something was off. A few minutes later, Hyping's light blue Honda appeared, blissfully unaware of the peril that lay ahead. Chongbing made the call, and within mere seconds, a deafening explosion ripped through the calm of the evening. The blast was so powerful that not only did it destroy the car and its unfortunate driver, but it also left a nearby street vendor injured. This explosion, which occurred on July 9th in Jinan, sent shockwaves across China, a tragedy that would not soon be forgotten. Amid the chaos, as the crowd scrambled in panic, a pair of sharp, observant eyes noticed something peculiar. The strange man with the unfamiliar accent had rushed into a police car, disappearing into the swirling traffic. This detail, seemingly insignificant at the time, would prove to be crucial in unraveling the dark conspiracy. The elderly woman, still shaken, managed to jot down the license plate number of the police car. That small act of diligence would later unlock the key to solving the case. Just days later, on July 13th, Ahai was arrested at his office. Within the hour, he confessed everything and provided the authorities with a comprehensive list of his connections. As the investigation progressed, the court uncovered a shocking truth. Ahai had exploited his position to accept and demand bribes, totaling 1.69 million yuan, approximately $250,000 in cash, and 1.33 million yuan, approximately $195,000 in assets of dubious origin. A single bomb explosion had exposed deep-seated corruption among government officials, setting off a series of investigations that spread far and wide. The tragedy also revealed the extent of Chongbing's involvement. Far from being a passive participant, she had shown remarkable foresight. Sensing that her fate was sealed, she had warned her family, saying, "If I die, it is certainly Ahai who killed me." Ahai, on the other hand, thought he could cover up the crime, fabricating a story that the explosion was an accident caused by the heat causing the car's fuel tank to rupture. What he didn't realize was that the countdown to his own demise had already begun. Just 59 days after the tragedy, Ahai would find himself facing the consequences of his actions. Arrested swiftly after the explosion, he remained oddly calm during his interrogation, believing that the authorities would offer him a chance at redemption. He cooperated fully, even recounting his entire 61-year life story without hesitation. The three perpetrators each faced justice in their own way. Chongbing, her face etched with sorrow, pleaded desperately, trying to convince the court that her moments of hesitation before attaching the bomb indicated her desire to abandon the crime. Shinji, fearing the death penalty, repeatedly claimed that he had been coerced by Ahai, painting himself as a victim of manipulation. Ahai, in contrast, admitted his guilt without remorse. When the prosecutor asked if he regretted his actions and what he would do if given another chance, his chilling response sent a shiver down the spine of even the most seasoned investigators. "I do regret, but only for choosing explosives. If I had the chance to do it again, I would still kill her." In truth, this wasn't the first time Ahai had plotted to eliminate his lover. He revealed that he had previously attempted to kill Hyping through other methods, including gas poisoning and causing a tire blowout on the highway. All his previous attempts had failed. In fact, there had been one occasion when Hyping's car had a flat tire on the highway, and instead of her death, Ahai had been forced to take responsibility for fixing the tire himself. Ultimately, the court handed down the death sentence to both Duan Ahai and Chinji, while Chongbing was sentenced to life imprisonment. The court's sentence was not just a condemnation of their actions, but a reflection of the broken systems that had allowed them to thrive. In a society where power and influence could be bought and sold, the lives of the innocent, like that of Haping, were crushed underfoot, while those who had caused the harm tried to cover their tracks with even greater layers of lies. Yet, in the midst of this tragedy, a lesson emerged for all who witnessed it. Power, when wielded without morality, is not a gift, but a curse. The very qualities that had once propelled Duan Ahai to the top, his intelligence, his ability to connect with others, were ultimately used to deceive, to manipulate, and to destroy. His fall from grace was not just personal but a reflection of the wider moral decay that can seep into any institution, no matter how noble its origins. To all who may read this story, take heed. Power is not an end in itself, but a tool that must be used with responsibility and humility. Ambition is a powerful driving force, but it must never come at the cost of one's soul. The pursuit of success should not blind us to the needs of others or cause us to trample over those who are weaker. In the quest for greatness, remember that it is not the destination, but the journey that defines us. Let your actions be guided by integrity, and be ever mindful of the path you walk, for in the end, the truest measure of success is not how far you climb, but how many you lift along the way. May we all strive for a life where the choices we make leave a legacy of kindness, justice, and honor, where we never lose sight of our humanity, no matter how high we soar. Story 5. On March 9th, 2023, Jia's mother paid a visit to her daughter's home in Yinjian. She had decided to help out by cleaning and tidying up, something that was much needed. While organizing the bedroom, she noticed a refrigerator tucked away in the corner, covered with a random assortment of items. It had clearly not been cleaned in quite some time. Without thinking twice, she resolved to give it a thorough cleaning, both inside and out. While Jia was away, as she removed the clutter, she peeled off the sealing tape from the fridge and opened it. The top shelf contained frozen beef and lamb. Nothing unusual there. However, when she reached the bottom of the fridge, something large caught her eye. As she cleared away the remaining items, her heart sank when she realized what she had stumbled upon: the frozen, lifeless body of her son-in-law, Fan Henggu, who had been missing for an agonizing 15 months. His body was curled up next to the meat, encased in the same cold, unyielding freezer. The horrifying discovery left Jia's mother paralyzed with fear. She instinctively fled the room, trembling, and called her daughter. When Jia returned home to find her mother in a state of panic, she knew immediately that the dreadful secret she had kept hidden for over a year was about to be exposed. With great reluctance, she confessed to her mother that she had killed her husband, Fan, and had been hiding his body in the refrigerator ever since. After a few moments of stunned silence, Jia's mother insisted that her daughter call the police and turn herself in. The shocking news of the Suzhou refrigerator murder spread like wildfire on social media, causing a nationwide uproar. It was a story of love gone wrong, a life cut short, and a young woman trapped in a web of lies and deceit for over a year. Fan Henggu, born in 1991 in Hanhou Province, had been the second of 3 brothers. His family had come from humble beginnings, with his parents working tirelessly to make ends meet by selling pancakes from a 3-wheeled cart. They had always hoped their sons would achieve more than they ever could, and Fan had become the shining star of their family. After graduating high school, Fan had gone on to study at Suzhou University, which was a source of immense pride for his parents, who hoped that their son would lead a successful, prosperous life. Though his academic career had been promising, Fan's professional path after graduation was not as straightforward. He faced numerous challenges and changed jobs several times before landing a position as a real estate broker in 2015. At first, his family and friends were skeptical, Unable to understand why Fan would choose a career that seemed so disconnected from his academic background, they thought he was making a mistake. However, in hindsight, they would come to realize that Fan's decision was both timely and wise. Shortly after he began working in real estate, Suzhou introduced a set of stringent new regulations in October 2016, including purchase restrictions and loan limitations. Despite the challenges, the real estate market exploded with demand, and properties were selling faster than ever before. Fan found himself in the right place at the right time. With a keen sense of opportunity, he capitalized on the booming market, and his client base grew quickly. Demand was so high that people sought him out directly, and he closed deals at an exceptional rate. His work ethic and professionalism earned him respect and recognition, and before long, he was promoted to a managerial role within the company. Alongside his career growth, Fan also found love. In 2016, shortly after he had started in real estate, he met Jia, a colleague 2 years younger than him. Jia, born in 1993 in Suzhou, was known for her quiet, introverted nature. As they worked together, their affection for one another slowly grew. On February 20th, 2017, they officially became a couple, and their relationship flourished. For the next 17 months, Fan's social media accounts reflected his deep affection for Jia. He frequently posted about their time together, sharing memorable moments, and even added Jia's initials to his online ID. Every month, on the 20th, he would share memories of their relationship, and on special occasions, he planned romantic surprises for her. Jia, for her part, reciprocated Fan's affections, though in a more reserved manner. Her social media presence was mostly filled with posts about her favorite celebrities, entertainment news, and occasional remarks, but she rarely interacted with Fan publicly. In late 2018, she did share a post about attending a Jackie Chun concert with Fan, where they had front row seats, but these posts were few and far between. Her aloofness raised eyebrows among Fan's family. His older brother, in particular, noticed Jia's cold demeanor. She rarely smiled and showed little interest in bonding with his family, while his brother thought that Fan deserved someone more outgoing and warm. He held back, thinking that Jia's behavior could be attributed to her quiet nature. What they didn't know was that Jia came from a well-off family in Suzhou, one that had benefited from a redevelopment project, and Fan's family had little reason to be concerned about their future together. In 2019, Fan used his savings, along with some financial assistance from his parents, to purchase a house in Suzhou. That same year, Jia discovered she was pregnant, and by early 2020, they had registered their marriage. Their daughter was born on February 3, 2020. As a proud father, Fan shared his joy online, documenting their daughter's growth through 32 separate posts. As his career progressed, Fan's motivation only grew stronger as he sought to provide for his family. He took on the responsibility of supporting them financially, allowing Jia to stay home and care for their newborn. Encouraged by his success, Fan eventually left his real estate job to venture into business, confident that his entrepreneurial journey would bring even greater rewards. However, by the time he made this decision in 2020, the real estate industry was already showing signs of strain. The pandemic and other factors led to a downturn, and Fan's new business venture struggled to take off. The pressure mounted as his income began to fall short of expectations, and the tension between him and Jia became palpable. Jia, who had always been quiet, became increasingly distant and cold. Her behavior only grew more perplexing as she became fixated on watching live-streamed content, spending lavishly on virtual gifts to support her favorite streamers. Despite their growing financial difficulties, Jia's obsession with these online gifts created an invisible burden on their already strained finances. Meanwhile, Fan's business continued to falter. By 2021, stricter regulations on older properties in Suzhou made real estate transactions more difficult, further exacerbating the couple's financial woes. Yet Jia's spending habits only worsened, and the couple's relationship began to crack under the weight of mounting stress and secrecy. In October 2020, Fan arranged a wedding ceremony for the two of them, hoping it might bridge the growing gap between them. After the ceremony, They moved into Jia's family's newly redeveloped apartment in Yinjian, just a short distance from Fan's now struggling real estate business. However, shortly after their wedding, arguments became more frequent, with Jia's frustration becoming more evident. Even something as simple as Fan accidentally waking their daughter during a late-night incident sparked a heated argument between the couple. Jia expressed her anger openly, even resorting to vulgar language in posts on Weibo, which served as a stark display of her diminishing respect for Fan. As the family's financial situation worsened, and Fan's business continued to falter, their once promising future seemed to evaporate. The cracks in their relationship were only deepening. Little did Fan know, the darkness that had been quietly brewing in Jia's heart would eventually lead to the tragic and shocking events that unfolded in the months to come. This tragedy, the murder of Fan Hengge, was a devastating consequence of a year-long series of lies, secrecy, and emotional turmoil. The shocking details of the case stunned the nation and raised important questions about the pressures of modern life, the dangers of hidden resentment, and the fragility of seemingly perfect relationships. In 2021, a couple, full of ambition and hope, ventured into the world of online entrepreneurship. On September 19th of that year, they registered a cultural media company with the intention of producing content to review local businesses. Their business model included generating revenue through live streaming sales, but their efforts failed to catch the attention they had hoped for. Despite trying additional methods to boost their video views, such as taking on smaller gigs, they found themselves struggling to gain traction in this highly competitive field. During this challenging time, an unsettling discovery emerged. Fans uncovered that Jia, the wife, had been sending lavish gifts to male streamers in an effort to boost her profile and secure VIP privileges. This led to a shocking revelation. Jia had been spending large sums of money, reportedly in the hundreds of thousands of yuan, on these streamers. By October 2021, a fan confided in Fan's brother during a visit back to their hometown, revealing that Jia had been sending these extravagant gifts in an attempt to secure a VIP account. This account, she claimed, would allow her to rate and review restaurants and various other establishments. Unfortunately, what seemed like a legitimate business investment turned out to be a scam. Jia had been duped, and despite the promises of refunds, the money was lost. Worse still, the funds she had used were borrowed from friends and charged to credit cards, further exacerbating the financial strain. Jia eventually realized she had been scammed, but by then, it was too late. The damage had already been done. As the situation worsened, Fan was forced to take drastic measures to cover the mounting debts. To resolve the crisis, he sold the house that he and Jia had purchased before their marriage. This left his family, especially his parents, perplexed and deeply concerned. They were gradually starting to understand that Fan and Jia were facing severe financial difficulties, but the full extent of their problems would not be fully revealed for several months. November 24th, 2021, marked a seemingly ordinary moment when Fan returned to his hometown of Han to pay respects to his ancestors before making his way back to dojo alone. His family, unaware that this would be their final encounter with him, could not have anticipated the heartbreaking events that would unfold in the coming weeks. By December 2021, approximately 20 days after his return, his family began to grow increasingly concerned. They found it difficult to reach him as he stopped responding to phone calls and video chats, communicating only through brief text messages. His mother, anxious and confused, reached out to Jia, desperate for information about her son's whereabouts. Jia provided a simple explanation. Fan had left Suzhou to escape creditors and was too afraid to reach out to his family due to the financial struggles. Jia reassured them, citing that they were still in contact regularly. Occasionally, Fan's WeChat moments were updated, and location shares were sent, providing a brief sense of relief to his family. Jia continued to comfort them, urging them not to worry too much. She claimed that Fan would return once their financial issues were resolved. Despite Jia's comforting words, Fan's family began to receive increasingly alarming requests for money. The first came in the form of a request for 30,000 yuan to cover overdue rent, followed by another plea for a loan repayment of 43,000 yuan supposedly borrowed from Ja's mother. Numerous other requests followed, all related to financial hardships, and Fan's family, though not wealthy, continued to send what they could. Each time they sent money, they held on to the hope that it would help Fan overcome his struggles and return home. What Fan's family did not know, however, was that their son was already dead, his body hidden in the refrigerator at his own home. The person who had been requesting money, sending messages, and maintaining contact with the family was none other than Ja, the woman they thought they knew. As the days turned to weeks and the Lunar New Year of 2022 arrived, Fan's parents visited their son's home to find that he had not yet returned. His absence was compounded by the heartache of hearing their granddaughter express how much she missed her father. After a brief visit, they left, but soon after, they received another request for money, this time for home loan installments. At this point, the family was starting to realize that something was terribly wrong. Though they still did not suspect Ja, they speculated that Fan might have become involved in a pyramid scheme, which had contributed to his disappearance. Reluctantly, they decided to report him missing to the police, hoping it would lead to answers. On February 24, 2022, Fan's family filed a missing person report with the local police. In the days that followed, they returned to the station several times to inquire about the case, but Ja obstructed the investigation at every turn. She insisted that Fan had fled to escape his debts, and that they were still in regular contact. She even told the family that Fan was avoiding them to spare them from seeing his deteriorated state. Despite their growing suspicions, the family did not challenge Ja's explanations, and they continued to believe that Fan was in hiding, working through his financial troubles. Ja kept up this facade, even offering her condolences to the family for the hardship they were enduring. Time continued to pass, and as mid-autumn 2022 approached, Fan's family still had not heard from him. When Ja's mother learned that Ja had suddenly moved out with her daughter 2 months earlier, the alarm bells rang. Ja had taken only the television and refrigerator, leaving no explanation for her departure. Her mother, increasingly concerned, reported the situation to the police. The authorities quickly traced Ja to a rental apartment in the Shining District, where she was found, seemingly uninterested in offering any explanation. Fan's parents, worried about their daughter-in-law and granddaughter, decided to visit Ja's new apartment on the morning of the Mid-Autumn Festival. During the visit, Fan's older brother noticed something peculiar. The refrigerator, which had been moved from their former home, was still plugged in but had been sealed shut with tape. His suspicions grew, but out of respect for Ja, he refrained from asking questions. In October 2022, Ja returned to their old home with her daughter. By the Lunar New Year of 2023, Ja even took her daughter to Fan's hometown to celebrate the holiday. She reassured the family that their debt problems were nearly resolved and expressed confidence that Fan would soon return. Despite these assurances, Fan's family continued to endure holidays without him, clinging to the fragile hope that one day he would come home. On March 8, 2023, 15 months after Fan's disappearance, his family received a message from him, stating, "I plan to come home next month." But their brief relief was shattered the very next day when Ja's mother made a chilling discovery. After insisting Ja confess, she revealed the horrifying truth. Fan had been dead for over a year, hidden in the refrigerator. Ja had placed his body there after poisoning him, and it was only then that the full extent of her deception was uncovered. Authorities conducted an autopsy, revealing that Fan had died from a combination of drug poisoning and carbon monoxide poisoning. Ja's motive, she claimed, was due to family disputes, but the real story was much darker. Ja had swindled her in-laws and her own family out of a staggering 370,000 yuan, equivalent to roughly $50,000, using the money to fund her obsession with sending extravagant virtual gifts to streamers. She had hoped that securing a high rank in the online world would bring her the fame and recognition she craved. Even after her husband's murder, Ja continued to interact with a particular music streamer, spending large sums of money on gifts and even flirting with him. Her obsessive behavior seemed to fuel her desire for recognition. leaving her estranged from her family and devoid of any genuine remorse for the life she had destroyed. As the media began to unravel the disturbing details of Ja's actions, speculations ran wild. The music streamer, who had unwittingly been the recipient of Ja's gifts, was quick to deny any connection to her past life or marriage, claiming he had no knowledge of her marital status. The public, however, was left questioning how deep Ja's deception had run and how far she was willing to go to fulfill her twisted desires. Fan had reportedly uncovered his wife's reckless spending on live streaming platforms and her mounting debts shortly before his tragic death, raising the possibility that Gia was financially supporting multiple streamers during this period. Her digital presence, particularly her short video account, was constantly updated, with meticulously curated content that presented an idealized version of her life. Her videos featured scenes of gourmet dining, gaming, traveling, and introspective captions, all while she continued to live under the same roof as her husband's lifeless body. This disturbing behavior highlighted a chilling lack of remorse or guilt, as she calmly posted selfies and pinned soul-searching captions, seemingly crafting her own narrative to convince herself and the world that she was unaffected by the tragedy unfolding around her. The police, however, suggest that a woman who outwardly appeared gentle and harmless must have had a deep-seated trigger that pushed her to commit such a heinous act. For someone to go from merely contemplating murder to actually carrying it out, there had to have been a force powerful enough to push her beyond the limits of her sanity. For most people, these limits often involve issues related to finances, relationships, or family dynamics. Based on the available evidence, Fan Hungo had been a devoted father, a loving son, and a family-oriented man. He was willing to go to great lengths, even selling their home, in order to pay off the debts his wife's reckless financial choices had burdened them with. In the end, he was scammed out of hundreds of thousands of yuan, which left him emotionally and financially devastated. There is no indication that Fan lived an extravagant lifestyle or had any personal issues that might have contributed to his demise. Had the murder been the result of irreconcilable differences caused by Fan's mistakes, Gia, as the more vulnerable partner in their marriage, would not have had a reason to conceal anything. Her continued deception toward Fan's family after his death further underscores her role in the tragic events. Gia's apparent lack of affection for her husband became evident, particularly after they married, possibly hastened by an unplanned pregnancy. Their business venture had failed, and Gia's dissatisfaction with her marriage became clear. On the outside, she maintained the facade of a happy family, but internally, she found herself searching for something to fill the void. This desire for fulfillment, likely fueled by her dissatisfaction, became a secret she carefully concealed through lies that contradicted the image she presented to the world. It is possible that Fan, through various events, uncovered the truth about his wife's hidden life and deceit. This revelation may have caused Gia to feel a sense of unprecedented threat, pushing her to eliminate him in order to prevent her lies from being exposed. At its core, the crime points to a premeditated silencing of the victim. Gia likely realized that her false narrative about Fan fleeing to escape debts would soon unravel. Her persistent fraudulent behavior after his death could have been her final attempt to salvage the illusion she had carefully constructed. On December 21, 2023, the Suzhou Intermediate People's Court held a trial for Gia, charging her with intentional homicide and fraud. However, the court did not immediately announce a verdict following the hearing. Fan's family expressed their unwavering determination not to forgive the defendant, demanding the maximum penalty and full compensation for the financial losses they had suffered as a result of her actions. The question of whether Gia will face the death penalty has become a topic of public debate and interest. While she did eventually turn herself in, this does not guarantee leniency in her case. In many instances involving the death penalty, even when defendants confess, the courts often find that the confession alone is insufficient to reduce the severity of the sentence. This case has drawn comparisons to the infamous 2016 Shanghai freezer murder, in which Exo Xiaodong concealed his wife's body in a freezer for 105 days before surrendering to the authorities. Despite his confession, EXO was sentenced to death. In such cases, mitigating factors like forgiveness from the victim's family, pregnancy, or significant contributions to society could influence the outcome. However, for Gia, only forgiveness from Fan's family could serve as a potential mitigating factor. Yet, Fan Heng's family has firmly refused to offer forgiveness or waive their claims for civil compensation, reinforcing their resolve to hold Gia fully accountable for her actions. At this stage, the court must determine whether Gia meticulously planned the murder in advance. If it is proven that she used pre-prepared poison or took other deliberate steps to end Fan's life, this would undoubtedly qualify the crime as premeditated. Her subsequent efforts to conceal the crime, evade investigation, and exploit her deceased husband's identity for fraudulent gain, coupled with her complete lack of remorse, suggest an extremely malicious and calculated intent. Though the court has not yet delivered its verdict, given the severity of the crime, the need to deter similar offenses, and the precedent set by other comparable cases, it is highly probable that Gia will receive the death penalty. However, the final outcome remains uncertain, as the possibility of an appeal could potentially alter the decision. Until the official sentencing is handed down, the fate of Gia remains unclear, leaving the public and the family in suspense as they await justice. Fan's family, though devastated by the loss of their son, found solace in the pursuit of justice. They refused to let the memory of their loved one fade into oblivion, demanding accountability for the life that was taken so violently and the web of lies that surrounded it. While the final verdict remained uncertain, one thing was clear: Gia's actions would not go unpunished. The story of Fan and Gia is one that will stay with those who hear it, not just because of the brutal crime that was committed, but because it serves as a stark warning. It's a story of how unchecked ambition, the thirst for virtual fame, and the inability to confront personal dissatisfaction can spiral into destructive consequences. Fan's life was tragically cut short, but his story is one that will continue to serve as a sobering reminder to us all. In a world where digital lives often blur the lines of reality, let us remember to cherish the real connections that bring us joy, purpose, and meaning. Let us be mindful of the paths we choose, for sometimes the price of a momentary escape can cost far more than we ever imagined. Thank you so much for taking the time to listen to my story. I hope it brought you some moments of relaxation. Wishing everyone a peaceful night's sleep and a refreshing start to a brand new day. Sleep well and see you again soon.